Good evening, good afternoon, however you want to say it, wherever you may be on this Wednesday. We're going to get the fun going here in just a moment. But first things first, we got to do the Wordle for today, so let's go ahead and get right to that. And then I have a few other things to announce before and as we are getting started today. So let's see, it's not thing. Let's try sloth. No, it's not. Okay. How about washi? No, it's not. Okay. Let's try that. How about a wash? Fashaw? Huh. Interesting that that's a word. All right. So, first thing before we get started is a few things. First, I want to showcase some changes that we are going to be making to how we'll be doing the morning portion of Downers Grove, based on the events of the last few. Okay, maybe I should have waited, but whatever. But anyway, let me give you a perspective here. So here's Downers Grove downtown. Here's Downers Grove downtown. Usually right here when 1211 shows up. There's this one particular commuter that has been bugging me for the last couple of days, so I want to try to steer clear of that particular commuter of 1211. It's only been 1211 and it hasn't been any other train. So I want to try to steer clear of that particular commuter as much as possible. So currently I have two plans. Either stay on the inbound side when the 1211 shows up, or just go over to the Washington Street crossing and try to catch the door closing announcement on the last car, or just forget the door closing announcement altogether. I know it's kind of tough for me to make that choice, but I want to stay away from that one particular commuter. So that is something that's something I'm going to be trying out beginning tomorrow, and it probably will be the case for the rest of the series. However much longer this goes for, but let me switch the CD out because, well, of course, that's another game we're going to get to later on. So, now we're going to do, the good old trick of playing multiple games at the same time. I mean, it's crazy and it's fun. It's crazy and it's fun, though. But before we even get started with any of these games, I would like to apologize for the inconvenience that I know a lot of you had when, well, and especially myself when it came to the NWR weeklies this morning. I found out that the power had went out abruptly, and the last connection was at 8:34 this morning, as I've confirmed via the remote desktop on my mobile device. And of course, because I was at work, I was not able to get PLD back up and running in sort of a timely fashion, so it missed basically everything. WMBS, WMOH, Jacksonville, all of the Eastern time zone, all four of the US time zones, basically. It missed everything. Well, even if I had that in there, it would have missed it anyway.
was waiting in K102 out in Minnesota.
Well, so it sounds like there's some kind of tropo going on.
Oh my god, dude, there was a big ass one, bro. Dude, there was a big ass one. They also had one from South Bend to from there to all the way towards Pennsylvania somewhere. But there's a I once got a WXJ87 in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin. Oh, that's another thing too. I saw Weather Mario Brothers managed to get one of my local stations, KCZ 58 Kankakee. He got the station ID of it.
This is, bruh, it's so freaking insane. And then I sent it to my group chat, and Joe was like, "Oh, that's the reason why I."
But
Meanwhile, I hope you're keeping safe from this freaking wildfire smoke.
well, the wall. Well, of course I'm keeping safe from it.
Because they say. So basically, they say that they're supposed to push out the smoke by at least Saturday or Sunday, but it might not be the end of it either. However, the one crosswalk I have not done yet is Vine at Crosstown and Howard at Crosstown.
Yeah, those are the remaining crosswalks he hasn't gotten any video footage of yet.
And not to mention Burning Low that is closed right now.
Yeah, that too. That's yeah, so I mean it was quite an inconvenience for me, especially when our power abruptly went out this morning. But
I'm trying to figure out why Southwest Michigan did not do a test today because State MUK usually does their test right at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, usually when Southwest Michigan does.
That's the point. I don't know why the hell it won't happen.
Yeah, honestly, I honestly have no idea either. But as I had just stated, I do again apologize for the inconvenience for those who usually monitor WPLD when it comes to the NWR weeklies. As I had also just stated, the power went out at a time when I was already at work, so I was not able to get it back up in a timely fashion or even make an announcement regarding it. So, and I did come back to a comment asking what happened exactly, and the announcement that I had replied with that basically explains the whole story. So, I was initially thinking it was my dad who somehow took our whole network offline, but then I was thinking maybe it might have been a power outage.
But what was it?
It was a power out. It actually was a power outage. At least that's what I think it is because the power strips were still in their original positions, unchanged.
Also, why the hell are you taking Hyperbole.
How am I doing them both at the same time?
Yeah.
Well, I usually like to do 2 games at the same time, just to speed things up when we're tight on time.
Meanwhile, I actually remember playing this game. Oh my god. The wheel of
Wheel of Fortune, the Wheel of Fortune Deluxe. I actually remember playing the iPod version of that,
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember
the older version for the iPod Touch.
Yeah, they had this Wheel of Fortune for the Windows that had a small.
That had a small what?
What did I say? I don't even know what the fuck I even said.
Yeah, it seems like he
There's
can't.
supposed to be this. There might be a chance I might film the Howard Crosstown. I pretty much been telling my shut up. Anyway, but I was thinking about going to the one. Okay, so the one place I always wanted to film is, well, the thing is, I haven't done, the reason why I haven't done any vlogs yet is because, the new Flashlight Emergency just came out.
Well, I'm gonna take.
Hold on,
let me look at the. I'm pretty sure that's in Texas, because I saw all those flash flood warnings this morning.
You want to add that stream, but they keep going on.
Oh, I was thinking of adding that, but I didn't think about it until it was. I didn't think about it till I was already at work. But I think the iPod's WEA thing that WSPX is monitoring. Yeah, there. Yeah, I see it. EWX continues flash flood emergency.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. Meanwhile, they're supposed to have the wildfire smoke at least through October, I think.
Well, that is gonna be something for a while.
So
Yeah.
So are you planning to
Yeah, there we go. I see.
weekend?
Yeah, I see 2 of them.
Yeah,
Well, some updates regarding the whole upgrade project. That actually was going to be the very next thing I was gonna announce. So after what happened at work today, I'll go ahead and give you all a little bit of an update. So I have gotten a hold of one of the Lenovo ThinkPads. It's not with me right now, but based on its cosmetic condition and specs, I am currently leaving it. Well, it's still at the workplace, but not just that, but also because, again, all of the employees' data still has to get transferred over. Has to make sure that the backups succeed. Syncing onto the NAS and then downloading it onto the newer device. But that's one thing. Another thing is I have confirmed the presence of, I think, either 1 or 2 additional Latitude 3420s within that workplace. I haven't gotten to see those additional laptops yet, but hopefully, but maybe tomorrow I might. So, as of the current moment, it does appear that I'm still planning on doing the upgrades and enhancements on Friday, but that will depend. That'll depend on what gets done tomorrow. Although I'm pretty sure that then we'll be ready to transfer the data off of the remaining computers, the remaining of the employees' computers, and getting the PCs moved and set up for the next employees and whatnot. I'm pretty sure that's what tomorrow's going to be all about. So I'm pretty sure by then I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the new hardware by then. So again, as I've stated, Friday is going to be a very likely date that I will be able to do the the hardware upgrades and enhancements.
So do you plan to keep stations like logging? Do you plan to keep stations like logging when you get all this done? 'Cause that's one thing John, does a lot. He keeps stations running.
Well,
when it's
that's
done.
it. Well, as for the main WPLD, well, actually, I did say that once I get the new hardware all situated, and as I have stated when I planned this, I'm splitting NOAA Weather Radio and AM/FM monitors into their own separate loggers. So I'm just splitting them up into two separate ones. And then those loggers are going to be monitored on my main station. Yeah, they'll be
So, are you gonna switch out stations every day, or are you gonna keep them running like John does?
Well, as I usually do, I switch stations in and out on a rotation.
Hey,
Well,
Whitefield.
Well, of course, I switch them out based on severe weather events and whatnot.
And you should also do flood events too. I know you like take on flood. You should do flood events too. You should keep those running. I know you did that with Springfield last week during that major flood outbreak they were getting.
Yeah, I should probably implement rainfall outlooks into our thing as well with this upcoming cycle. Yeah, I'll let Brian go ahead and say what he wanted to say, and then.
Do you guys remember Gutterball 2?
That I don't remember. I don't think I've ever.
Oh, I did.
I don't think I've ever seen Gutterball 2.
I did though.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
Melbourne testing coming up.
Well, of course, as I'm sure you all know, Melbourne doesn't do their evening tests anymore, but yeah, Melbourne stopped doing evening tests. Now it just says between 11 a.m. and noon in the test message. Yep, Tampa. Yep, Tampa's already set in there. I know my plans. I know my plans for the weeklies got thrown off the rails by the abrupt power outage.
That was so weird. I get longer. Last one was 8:28. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I was pretty baffled at what ended up happening. I thought I didn't know how that happened, but it happened. So. All right, let me reset this again because the logger went out just before. Well, I don't know if yeah, that reminds me. The logger was acting erratic last night. I mean, the logger stopped logging everything just after it just stopped monitoring everything just right after I went to bed. I think it was like what half an hour into my sleep that night. Yeah, this certainly was bad luck for my logger. So it missed basically everything: the nightly automated tests from last night, and even all the weeklies from today.
It was fine like 7 this morning and then 5 this morning.
Yeah, it was. It was totally normal, and then the abrupt power outage came. I was the first to confirm it via the remote desktop client, and that's when I knew something was wrong. But
and apparently, if you twin these guys, Dad's dead. Did you hear about that?
That's a story I have not even bothered to follow, but.
Gonna make a logger.
Well, I guess. Well, we'll see what he does. All right, let me get back to what I was saying about the upgrade thing. So, as I have stated, I am splitting NOAA Weather Radio and AM/FM into separate loggers. Now, just like I have been doing, everything is going to be just like how I've been doing. Everything's going to be switched out. Switched out on is going to be switched out in a rotation. So of course, just like I usually do, before a severe weather event is set to happen, like what, the day before, the night before, whatever. I usually check the Storm Prediction Center for any severe convective risks, and then I then get the monitors situated on both the NOAA weather radio and AM/FM side to make the process more efficient. Of course, I've grouped each and every station by forecast office. So that way I can get all the stations situated in a quicker, efficient manner, and also so that way then coverage can start.
Then logos, different logos too, like how
in fact, that's actually an idea I was thinking, doing a different logo for the main and a different logo for the. But yeah, I'll think. Yeah, I was already thinking about. I was already thinking about that well into the development of this upcoming upgrade project. But of course, the AM/FM station will of course handle all of the automated tests that usually happen on different nights of the week, like for example the Tulsa cluster of stations that usually go at like 1:35 a.m. and then there's like another one a minute after that, or the Tulsa Cumulus cluster where stations usually started at like 2:05 a.m. and then other ones come just like a minute after, along with the Richmond, Virginia Odyssey Market and WGY Albany, New York, just to name a few. So of course I have the AM/FM stations handle the automated test side of things. Of course, that's in charge of monthlies as well.
Right.
Yeah, that'll of course be in charge of the monthly tests also.
And speaking of tests, we did get a KFB at 250 that year.
Yeah, and I also saw his video on KWRE's fail just before we started.
Well, you know what? It's weird because the guy sent me a video. You can hear the tone on the computer. It's just not going over the airwave right.
That is bizarre.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not sure how that happened, but yeah, it is bizarre to see. But yeah, as I was saying, AM/FM will be in charge of the automated tests that usually happen every night. And yes, I'm checking my log just to make sure that the evening stuff that the evening stuff is in there. So yeah, all the evening stuff is ready to go. Of course, I didn't see Austin or Houston tests, so yeah, I knew for sure they were postponed when I saw all those flash flood warnings. And I think there was even a tornado warning or two at one point this morning.
And that too when one came up. Oh, why did Mahalan watch yet? We got considerable SPR. Things enough then. Did they even test today? I doubt it.
What you're saying?
Mahalan update have considerables in fact.
Well, let me scroll through. Oh, actually, I can just search it up by KPHI on Don's NWR logger. That'll tell us exactly. Maybe if I scroll, maybe if I keep scrolling. Let's see. Oh, maybe I gotta be more specific. In John Mass NWR. Here we go. That'll filter things out a little bit. Yeah, and I probably could have added Austin now that I think about it, but I just wanted the logger back up I just wanted PLD back up as quickly as possible. Now, let's see here. If Keep
I think
scrolling
that
down. Required weekly test. KPHI. Yep, Mount Holly tested today. And I think I saw New York go too. Well, let me take a look.
I'm surprised they did, considering they have 2 SPRs in it.
So, while Mount Holly tested today, New York, on the other hand, did not. And I have not checked to see if they had made a statement of any kind. But I'm going to check. But I am going to check and confirm. I'm going to check and confirm that in just a moment.
Oh, and I'm sure the news with the Colorado Spring Stream is going down August 3rd. The Liver 56 stream will be going down on August 3rd.
I don't know if it's meant for maintenance or.
No, because you got to take the computer to school.
So I guess then it's a seasonal thing then. I suppose so. Yeah, it's understandable because by the time we get to August, everybody's gonna be getting ready for school and whatnot. So. But of course, I do appreciate getting the news ahead of time. Getting all the news ahead of time. So that way I can have my loggers all set up. So yeah, well, Mount Holly tested. I don't. Yeah, of course I don't see New York on here. I know John logs New York.
Yeah, he does.
But I'm gonna check one more time, just to be sure. Oh, he doesn't have KW35 in there. Interesting, because the last alert it logged was from last Friday, July 10th.
I thought normally you always log that.
Well, that's another reason why WPLD exists, to monitor stations that other loggers do not.
And KLT sucks these days. Ugh. I don't know what's wrong with that thing. Ugh. They don't ever update it or anything.
Yeah, so that's why despite some of the inconsistencies, that's why I did recommend WJON, to use as an alternative source while when WPLD goes down. Now that I think about it, I should actually make an updated ID as well for it, because I know that ID has been out of date for quite some time, so I think it's in need of an update. So if I remember to, I'll update the ID as well. And yes, the plan also includes updating the website with all the new monitors and everything like that. So yes, I'll be updating everything. As I said, I'm hoping to get to it this coming Friday, but it'll all depend on how work goes tomorrow. And in fact, now that I think about the fact that New York might not have tested, I'm gonna go ahead and add that to my postponement list now.
Who's testing?
That's WLS's FM. That's the FM side of WLS.
Oh.
The AM one went earlier this week.
I thought they don't stream.
Well, actually, they do.
Well, TOP streams again.
Yeah, I was gonna add that, and then I had a whole bunch, and then a whole bunch of other things came up, and I just totally forgot. But I think I should also not forget to mention too that all the monitors and stuff that we usually do on the main, I'll probably move those over to the AM/FM side of things too. So that way the main basically will actually let me get a whole idea of the whole hierarchy of what's to come.
Yeah.
So as I said, the AM/FM and the AM/FM and NOAA weather radio stuff will be on their own logs. So the FM stuff will be its own logger, and then NOAA will be on its own logger. Both of which are going to feed onto WPLD main. They'll feed onto the main WPLD.
The main will likely be muted from me because that is spam.
Yes, well that is true, but I do want to keep in mind that exactly how WJON has his structured the stream URLs for both the AM/FM and the NWR stuff on their own are internal. So meaning only I can access it and no one else can. But that is why to make sure that no one is left out when PLD is actually on the air. Both of the whatever's relayed on both of those loggers, respectively, will each feed onto the main WPLD. So basically, whatever goes through NWR will relay there first, and then it will go to WPLD, and then it will be rebroadcasted there within a span of I'd say within a span of 4 minutes.
Who the heck is testing now? The state test.
That might be Alaska. But I guess we'll see in a moment. I don't know if it went through yet. No, I have WJON on mine. Oh, there's WAO. I was wondering if they were ever going to test. Because I know they normally do it around 2 o'clock. They decided to do it around 5 this week. I had already pulled them off when I was getting everything back up after the power outage. Assuming WAO already went. I did not check WX monitors beforehand. My fault on that part. But yeah, as I said, the AM/FM will handle the usual sort of tests on a time pattern. That, the severe weather monitors, the AM/FM side of severe weather monitors, and also monthly tests, the automated tests. There's Alaska. It's WJON that usually. I know they still do the. I know they do the Alaska monthly, but I have not checked them for the. Anchorage weekly in. I don't know how long it's been. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I still can't believe TLC screen alerts again. I never thought that would happen.
Yeah, I'm absolutely surprised that they decided to start streaming alerts again. So yeah, basically the AM/FM and NWR loggers will basically perform the same thing. They'll just monitor for severe weather for any alerts and then feed them out onto the main as such. So of course NOAA Weather Radio will be its own thing, but I do know that there's other things too, like Milwaukee Sullivan, that like Milwaukee or Wisconsin or Fresno, those being the only 2 areas that usually relay that originate a monthly test on odd months. Yeah, on odd months on the daytime and on odd months. Yeah, they stopped doing the Mississippi monthly. So yeah, they stopped doing the Mississippi monthly, but of course I know WSK 49 relays Does the Mississippi Monthly still?
But unfortunately, that stream I think is all messed up right now. But I'm only getting logged from that one station at KWAM, what the heck is.
Yeah, KWAM Memphis, that the auto weekly that happens at like that happens at 4 a.m. on Tuesday.
I thought. Yeah, they do watches and stuff too. Nice.
Yep, so that would serve as a good alternative if the WSK 49 stream ever ends up going out.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it long lately.
Well, I know the station's on, but there's just it's either like too loud or there's a whole lot of static that's preventing it from being decoded properly. But that's why I usually put in secondary stations to fill in for the main ones just in case either or is offline.
Which I believe we did get the umbrella screen back. Looking at that screens earlier, and I think Umbrella did
In
come
fact, let me
back.
check Memphis. Let's see. Let me check Memphis.
Yeah,
70s. Highs in the mid 90s.
Maybe he did take it out then.
Yeah, maybe the other one. In fact, let me check. Let me check the Memphis stream I have. Let me check the Memphis stream that I have on this list here. Here it is. Well, let me check it on here. Yeah, it looks to. Oh. Here, let me try it on the. Oh, wait a minute! I didn't even put the game up on screen. There we go. All right. Let me open this on a. Okay. So I'll just move this over so I can see when Tampa tests. So now I think about it, let me pull up my severe monitors document. Yeah, and in fact, maybe I'll switch the Memphis stream out with that one. So let me see if I can. Oh, actually, there's no sound on the stream. There's no sound on this one. There's actually no sound on it. Well, that's why I'm gonna be switching it out when I make the upgrades. So yeah, that's why I'm going to be switching it out when I make the upgrades.
That would have the network port stream too. It's on the air, but there's no sound, and that's a broadcast issue, I think.
And in fact, that's actually also what I plan on doing for AM/FM. Finding a no weather radio, finding an AM/FM counterpart for existing no weather radio streams, just in case one of them ends up going down. So.
Oh, yeah, you're a fly.
So yeah. So yeah, that's something we'll do to make the whole severe weather monitoring thing as consistent as possible.
And then the whole weather radio site in for counties.
Yep, all of that and whatnot. So yeah, the AM/FM section will be used for the automated tests that happen every night. That usually happen on a certain night of the week. Monthly tests that happen throughout the month. You know, of course, I have them grouped by state and actually by day, not by state, by day of the week when they're supposed to have when they're planned to happen.
What about iPod callers? What are you gonna do for that?
For WJON, I'm actually going to be using that on the AM/FM side of things as well. So yes, WJON is not going anywhere off my logger. It's going to be moved to the AM/FM side, or I'll just keep it on the main.
Yeah,
I think I could keep WJON on the main.
Yeah, okay, that's spam too much.
Yeah, either I'll keep it on. In fact, I don't usually switch WJON out of my main logger anyway, along with a few other ones. So
Spam, and it has been all afternoon. It's slowing down now. Thank God.
so 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 yeah, I'm thinking either I'll keep WJON and the local Chicago Norwood radio stations on the main, or I'll just move both of them over to their respective loggers, NWR or AM/FM.
Right, yeah. I wish I did hearing cap still. Nope.
That would have been nice if that remained, but I'm not sure about keeping the other. I'm not sure about keeping the other GWS participants on the logger as much, but I'm thinking about taking those out as part of the project as well. But
What John failed, you know?
yeah, I could. In fact, I could have other ones in there now that I.
If John failed, and then,
Yeah, yeah, I could keep WGO1 there. Also, in case one of my monitors fail. In case one or both of my monitors fail.
Yeah.
So I'll take all of that into consideration as I pretty much begin what will likely be the final preparations for the commencement of this project.
Yeah, John would not be a W mama. That is totally different. That's kind of.
Yeah.
Cause that spam is like junk. Even when there's not a match, it's still spamming, you know, with other stuff like iPods and. I don't know. Your kid's on the iPod, but John is not on it. It's very interesting. I don't know what's going on with that. Like that fire warning earlier, John not logged in. You did.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, that's because I had another participant on there.
No.
I think it was SPL. I'll probably keep WSPX. Yeah, I'm gonna keep WSPX on the main.
Yeah, where do you find that?
In fact, Southern PAWX actually runs that station.
Oh.
Yeah, the one that streamed the guy that gets the State College and DC weeklies, tries to get them both every week.
It really pulls the CRS for.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear Tom on one of the messages. Oh, and we're about to hear an example of that right now.
Yeah.
A civil authority has issued a law enforcement warning for Yuba, California, beginning at 6:11 p.m. on July 15th, 2026 and ending at 8:11 p.m. on July 15th, 2026. Message from Apaswie. A silver alert has been activated by the California Highway Patrol on behalf of the Nevada City PD. Buell Southard is missing and endangered. Buell Southard was last seen on July 15th, 2026, at 0400 hours, in Marysville. Click on the link for additional information. https://bit.ly/s296-2026.
So yeah, that's an example for you right there.
It sounds so real.
So yeah. So I will definitely keep WSPX. I will definitely keep WSPX on my main. That's for sure.
As he gets kept long, the John does not.
So yeah, I'll be keeping. So yeah, that's why I'll be keeping WJON and SPX on my main when we make the upgrade. The heat advisories and the hazardous weather outlooks. That's from a different state college. That's from a different one. Yeah, I know New York issued that marine warning. Yeah, I don't think the KW35 stream is working, but I'm gonna try it and see. No, not KW36. Yeah, the KW35 stream doesn't work. In fact, I should maybe consider a NOAA Weather Radio stream backup as well. I should probably add backups as well, just in case the main ones don't work. Just in case. So that actually is very likely what I might do. So yeah, that's very likely what I will do for the project. But yeah. So again, as I was saying, AM/FM will handle the nightly automated tests, the monthly tests for states and territories and areas, specific areas, whatever, severe weather events, and then of course the usual rotation of weeklies, that have a certain pattern. Like for example, WALK that seems to test at either 15 or 45 on the hour, anywhere between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Yeah, that's one example. Another example being WBAP or 670 The Score, which I've seen them test during the Spiegel and Holmes show that usually runs from 10 to 1.
In WSKN and SKR.
Yeah, all that. And for those who haven't followed up, earlier this week, I heard this week's 670 The Score test in the car. My father had 670 The Score on in the car while we were going somewhere. I won't go into any detail exactly, but we were on the way somewhere and I heard the pre-roll. I didn't get it, of course, but I did hear it. I did hear it. Yeah, I was thinking, what if they test during this commercial? I was thinking even before that, what if they end up testing on the way there, and that's that they do it? So that was something. That was absolutely something, but then again, so again, the AM/FM will handle the usual rotation of weekly tests and their patterns, severe weather events, monthly tests, and of course, the automated tests that usually happen each night. And WR will handle, of course, the weeklies that usually happen on Wednesdays. And yeah, we'll usually handle the weeklies that happen on Wednesdays.
And Saturday for Birmingham.
Yeah, and Saturday for Birmingham, of course, I will add that into the rotate. Of course, I have that in the rotation as well. So yeah, Louisville for Tuesday, Birmingham for Saturday. Anybody else that postpones to Thursday or Friday? I heard Milwaukee a few weeks ago postpone their test to Sunday. I believe that was on the July 4th weekend. Yeah, it was the day after the 4th of July. It was, but yeah, and since those two would be going on and off periodically, the good thing is I won't have to keep turning my main on and off every so often. Like multiple times a day. I won't have to turn the main on and off anymore. So
make sure that the AMF model is used for warnings too. Watches.
Yep, warnings, more the most important ones, and then of course watches, if any, do end up relaying it. So,
And civil alerts who will sometimes go for AMF in them.
well, yeah, that depends on if any civil alerts get issued during while they're being while they're on the while they're on the logger. But
Yeah.
so yeah,
WXMD, that's one you have not logged yet.
well, WXMB has been on my logger for quite some time. It's been on there for a while.
Are they still streaming alerts?
Yeah, W.
The WXMD, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
I haven't had them on there. I don't even think they do the Wilmington. I don't think I've seen them. I don't think I've had them on my logger in quite some time. Let me see if WMLS has that anywhere. We probably don't, but let's check anyway. Oh yeah, it's still there. They still do. They still do stream alerts.
They still do the East Coast
Their
iPod.
latest weekly was July 12th, which was a Sunday morning. And then the iPods weekly that happens at 11. It happened at 11 a.m. the following morning. Yeah, they don't relay the Wilmington weekly anymore.
Hmm.
But they still do the iPods weeklies though.
And then what about KTXK? What about them?
Well, I haven't had KTXK on my logger since they stopped streaming anything really.
I believe they're back. Do it.
Well, now that I think about it, I'll add them back into the AM/FM rotation along with WTOP.
Yep.
Just to be 100% sure
And then
that they indeed are back to they're back to doing to streaming alerts and whatnot.
And WATJ Springfield, Illinois, to get one too.
No. But yeah. So while the AM/FM and the NWR monitors would be switched around periodically, the main will have WJON and we'll have WJON as sort of like a secondary level monitor on the main.
Yeah.
So basically, in this kind of sense, I would have the AMF. I would have Know Where the Radio Be Monitor 1. Yeah, I would have Know Where the Radio Be Monitor 1. And then AM/FM as Monitor 2.
Right.
And then an SDR which I set up as Monitor 3, which will be responsible for handling like WTL's automated test, which they don't stream on their site, but I did find a SDR receiver that actually picks it up pretty good. Or the KDKA Sunday evening test as another example. Which it did get on Sunday night. And I do not think I don't think we've done WJAS on here since and I don't think we've done WJAS on here since I set this up. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, we haven't had WJAS on there in God knows how long, but we all pretty much know the reason why.
Every once in a while.
Seems like that's the case, but
Yeah. And then KSPK and KJY.
It seems like KRDO is relaying the Pueblo Weekly now. because it's saying because it shows the National Weather Service in Pueblo has issued a weekly test beginning at 12:23 p.m.
Oh my god.
And then there's KMOX. They tested this morning while my station was down. Let's see, KMOX tested at 10:22 a.m. while my station was down.
So they supposed to get two, I guess.
Yep, KMOX is back to streaming alerts. But the good thing is,
What about WLIT? Have you tried them?
well, I can tell you that that Chicago iHeart still does the automated test at 2:30 a.m. And of course, they still don't. Of course, the alerts still don't go through their online stream.
Not too impossible. Not that even.
That
Yeah, what's that station that easily?
what it so so basically the AM/FM and NWR loggers, and then the STR secondary receiver, whatever, those would serve as the three primary monitors, while WJON and WSPX would both then serve as secondary monitors on the main. So that being, if anything from the primary monitors fails to go through, like for example, like in the case of that marine warning, if my stream of if whatever I had in there for KW35 did not receive it, then if a stream that WJON was monitoring did receive it, WJON would pick it up. But in terms of iPOS products, it seems like WSPX is going to be the one picking that product up first before WJON does. So
when you going to label them as like, are you gonna label like Mass WR? What you gonna label?
yeah, I was thinking of labeling them WPLD AM/FM or WPLD NWR. Those are just the plain basic ones, but I haven't thought of any advanced names yet.
Right.
But I'll think about that when we get closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll think about that when we get closer to actually doing the whole upgrade cycle.
Amazon.
He's still intrigued by all those WIL Christmas songs from all those years ago. WIL is actually part of the Monday automated test cluster. It seems like them and WAXX actually test at like 3:05 a.m. on Monday morning.
What about WJOU? Do they still do their Sunday?
Actually, let's take a look. Let's see, pull up. Yes, they do. WJOU still does their Sunday morning automated test at 3:30 in the morning. And yep, they still relay the NWS Huntsville Weekly as well. Although I probably should make that part of the rotation as well. So, yeah, I'll make that part of the Wednesday morning rotation. So.
I messed up the flash flood emergency.
Yeah, all those flash flood emergencies and everything like that. So yeah, that's basically what the hardware upgrade plans are. But of course,
and don't get the typing mode in the YouTube setting. You need to fix that too.
Well, as I have stated, that is an issue. That is another thing that I'm going to be addressing That's another thing I will be addressing as well, along with the upgrades. I mean, a lot of it. You know, adding the new loggers, adding the new loggers. You know, making updates to basically a lot of things. The website, yes, that's going to be updated as well to add the AM/FM stuff. But of course, I got to update the monitors.
Also,
So,
there's Ultimate Sage.
so yeah, I'm going to update the monitors before I add them to the website, and of course, I'll make changes. Of course, I'll make changes as need, and of course, I'm going to make changes as needed.
That's possibly going to recover today because I think it's over.
Oh, I see. I see. WSPX
Issued a
relays
flash flood warning
everything
for
here.
Washington, Utah, beginning at 6:28 p.m. on July 15th, 2026, and ending at 9:30 p.m. on July 15th, 2026. Message from APOSWA. The National Weather Service in Salt Lake City has issued a flash flood warning for southeastern Washington County and southwestern Utah until 7:30 p.m. At 4:28 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 0.5 and 1 inch of rain has fallen.
I think WSPX will make for a really good backup in case any of the stations I have in there don't relay.
There's a lot of paperwork that has failed from John that he is somehow managed to relax.
So yeah, so I see why WSPX decided to add this. This is actually going to be a great this I think is a great this is actually I think going to be a great change. So but then the other thing is, how am I going to handle all of this in an away, in an away setting? Well, of course, for one of the new pieces of hardware that I plan on getting, that one, I'll set up a home and away profile. The micro that's going to be my Optiplex micro that's in charge of running the main. That one will be running not only the main, but we're running the IceCast server that will power both of those. That will allow both of those loggers products to go through. Yeah, they'll allow both of those to go. Both of those monitors and the SDR included. I can't forget about that. All to go through. Yeah, all to go through without any problem.
There's going to be some weird crap. Yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on this.
PDS. Oh boy, here we go again.
Flash flood considerable, yet.
Blood advising from Springfield. What?
Okay, I don't know what is happening.
Whoa.
And then I was thinking a little later on, most likely before we transition to another game, I'll talk a little bit about the hardware that's going to power the that will likely become part of our infrastructure, and also, what I plan to do with each of it, which one's going to the which ones could become part of the mass MWR, or the logger split or whatever. Which ones would become my new replacement main PC or something like that, somewhere along those lines.
Main active transfer will be logged and served.
Yep, that is if all goes well next week in terms of the logger side of things.
Oh my god!
PC and that's email FM. It just one, it's something that I found.
Oh. Do we have a thing for that?
For Mesa, Colorado, I'll have to take a look. Yeah, I'll have to take a look.
Last one from Grand Junction. What the heck? Is KW54 serve that?
No, KWN54 does not serve Mesa. They don't serve Mesa.
We have one other one.
But that's that other one that I don't. That's that other one I don't have in there. But yeah, a little later on, I'll talk about some of the hardware that could be. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about the hardware that could power these that could power the coming upgrades and whatnot.
And we have a new warning.
Tornado warning for Bexar and Wilson, Texas. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, there was a lot of those being issued today. Yeah, I said I didn't add them in, but there's why WSPX would make a great secondary, but well, as much as it would, but the issue with that being there is what if let's say the NWR catches it first. So I think SPX in this case, I would probably put that in the AM/FM so I could just let the NWR messages process that way. That way the primary doesn't filter out the NWR products because it would consider it as duplicates. It would likely consider it as duplicates. So. And I don't think it would care about the message contents. So I was thinking then I'll have WSPX in the AM/FM logger instead of the main. But I'll make sure to keep WSPX in there. So I'll have it at like the very top of the AM/FM logs and everything like that. Yeah. But then again, as I said, later on I'll showcase a little bit of the hardware that I could be very likely working with when it comes to the hardware upgrade project and what my plan is for each of them.
Yeah, and of course I got the good the other night. But it's on my end.
Okay, I don't know what just happening now. Hold on. Please, EMA.
So in fact, now that I think about it, I'll go ahead and pull up the. I'll go and pull up the pages or whatnot. I'll be. Yeah, they haven't. Yeah, they haven't tested yet. It's been like what 30 minutes. They actually went very. They actually went quite late this morning. Well, obviously my logger didn't get it, so I know somebody. And I saw St. Louis tested late today too.
What time did they go?
According to the video, there's no time. There was not a time shown on the video. There wasn't a time shown on the video. It's for St. Louis.
Oh my god, Austin.
Is there even a
Austin, you should
And
tell me.
Tampa tested at 11:37 a.m.
Oh my god.
Yeah, with his emporium of scanners and everything.
Why is it all? Why is this always?
I don't know how this guy sleeps through all these radios when they blare at night. I certainly would not be able to sleep with all those things blaring.
I told her who transmitted that civil danger warning or the other day, rather. That was.
Yeah, Twin Cities. And then when they relayed that one. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
And of course, I got 88 a few nights ago.
Most likely during Tropo.
Yeah, and Stormlight EAS got it too.
Yeah, a lot of them have.
Of course, after Tampa, then oh yeah, but when they come to launch Mobile, Fort Worth. Mobile, Fort Worth, all that, and then of course Norman, Des Moines, Pico.
Yep, of course, all those evening tests. Yep, all those evening tests.
But yeah, you can do a little rock. That was made last night at Cheyenne Rock. Cheyenne Tornado Morning Rock.
Yeah, I saw that last night.
It sounded so real.
It did. It did. That was something.
And of course, we use a weed bomb. That's one thing that you don't anymore. You don't use those screen colors anymore.
Oh yeah, like I did years ago. Well,
I know you did for the cameras right now.
yeah, I thought why not? This would be the last time there would ever be weather radio in Canada, so I thought, you know what? Why don't I give those screens?
Yeah.
Why don't I use those screens one last time before they permanently become useless.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was pretty nice for the. That was kind of nice when I made the shutdown. When I made the shutdown video, documenting the Weather Radio Canada shutdown. But even just a few months since that, even 4 months later, in fact, tomorrow it'll be 4 months since Weather Radio Canada was discontinued. Of course, it was discontinued on March 16th, and then it was March 31st when every transmitter was permanently switched off. However, there was one transmitter in Saskatoon that actually was still operating past March 31st, still playing the out of service message, because that transmitter did not have remote capabilities like the majority of them. So somebody would have to go over to the transmitter site and shut it off manually.
Yeah.
But obviously, I don't know about the status of that. But of course, it was that which sparked projects like Hayes Weather Radio and Max Weather. Oh, that reminds me, I could have put Max Weather in there today. Oh, whatever. Speaking of which, I don't even know if they even tested. They didn't even test the last time I had them in there. When I had them in there, they didn't even go at 4 p.m. So I don't know if they've changed. I don't know if they've changed test times or something.
Who owns that? Who runs that?
Let's see. It's by something called Max Weather Service. Let me rewind to 1 hour 45 minutes.
Oh yeah, you see that the southern sky, I think you can do that underneath the pretty red sky.
Let's go back. Maybe let's go back even further. Maybe go back by 5 hours and let's go back 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Reminds me, you go get that flash forward right here.
At 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight on Tuesday, July 4th, 2026. Air quality warning is in effect for all of station Southern Ontario coverage areas. Poor air quality is expected from levels that may cause health problems with lungs or also possible Eastern Daylight Time Monday, July 13th, 2026. A heat warning is in effect for all of station Southern Ontario need to be moved to a more
Southern Niagara Region issued on 5:30.
I don't even know if they. I don't know if they do tests at all, but. But who knows? I guess we'll have to wait. I guess we'll have to wait and see in the meantime. And while we're at it, I want to see if anybody else is tested too. Like WBAP. Where's he usually put it? John Other?
Oh no. They have an emergency soon. Did you see that often toned out flash flood extensions?
Yeah, I saw a video State College doing that. WBAP tested on the 13th. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that. But okay. Did WPSU go at all this week?
What about KCNQ? Did you log down?
The last test from WPSU was last Wednesday.
What about
And
KJU? You need to log a weekly from them.
I know they test twice for some reason, but I have not had them in there since I tried them the first time.
And then what about KYLS?
That's not been in my loggers either.
Yeah.
So let's see if there's any other ones. In fact, since I saw WLS go, I can go ahead and take them off. Let me see if the WIVY tests they went on Monday as well. So
What about WWBA? They go yet?
let's see, KPCC, WALK, that's what I was going to get to next. So other WALK. FM.
What about WWBA? Oh, let me in my app.
Okay. So the last thing was the monthly from last week. Let me just search it on WJ1's directory and see.
When is Missouri's monthly?
Wait, that's on I know John had WALK in there just recently, but now it seems like he doesn't have it. Wait, I think I know where it might be. It might be in John Other. No, it's not there. Well, I'm gonna check all the other loggers and see where it ended up. It's not in there. It's not in the WX Mons. It's not in the local. I know it's not in Mass NWR. I don't know how John had WALK in there and now he doesn't have it, so. Or I guess he might not have had it in there since 2022. But obviously, since my logger was down, I guess we're not gonna know if WALK tested today or not. So I guess we'll have to see if they test in the next couple days. If they do, then good thing my logger didn't miss them. But if not, then they must have tested while my logger was down. And I don't think Wisconsin Public tested today either.
KWNU, you need to log down.
KWNU, whatever that is.
I thought it was public radio. John has logged that before, I know. Yeah, St. Louis Public Radio.
Let me see what Wisconsin Public Radio's test schedule is.
And of course, Hawaii.
So we're on July. So they tested this morning, according to their schedule, 10:59 a.m. And of course my logger was down, so it didn't pick it up. What a shame.
The Hawaii public stations.
Well, obviously I don't know if Hawaii Public tested. That's right. They usually have them on in the evening. They don't usually test till like what, 4:59 or 7:59 on daylight saving months. You know, when we spring forward or fall back, and then when we do fall back, it's 3:59 or 6:59 in the evening. So it's either of those times. But
and I didn't see that we had the Jacksonville for the screen now. I saw you logged it yesterday. Yeah, you logged it from Jacksonville, Florida yesterday.
Yeah, I did. Yep, I had Jacksonville in there.
Who runs that? You know, who runs that?
I'm sure.
It's not the old person, but he moved to Virginia.
Yep, that we know for sure. This is by Northeast Florida WX. It says Northeast Florida WX runs that.
Hmm.
So
Of
That's-
course, we got the Virgin EAS, but I think he quit his stuff, didn't he? I think he was.
I mean, he hasn't gotten around to making EAS stuff in quite a while. I don't think he has that much of an interest, but if I still have him on my list, I can take a look. Oh, maybe not on this. Maybe on the other one.
Yeah,
There.
he has the there's descriptions on YouTube too. The rock over subscribe to them and talk about it more.
I probably should do that too. Why did I not do that when I did the rebrand? Whatever. That's something I'll address as well.
Yeah.
I should probably make note of that. I should probably make note of that also.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with him. We moved in EAS. I don't know what's going on with him. Is he still the owner of the Streetport stream? Is he still the owner of that?
The other one that does WXJ 97,
That's still
Northern Louisiana EAS. Yeah, he still runs that.
But apparently he stole most of his radio. Apparently.
Well,
You don't look at.
Well, yeah, it seems like he hasn't found the time to make any kind of. He probably hasn't found the kind of time to make any sort of EAS content anymore.
No.
And I think the biggest reason being that all the drama going on and the drama that's been plaguing the community for a few years, and also as he starts moving on to something like a full-time job and maybe other hobbies too that provide him more interest than EAS stuff. So that's what I think. That's what I think is the case.
Well, yeah, see, that's why Mitchell left last year. So yeah, don't get that Mobile.
Mobile, yep, Mobile's already in there.
What happened to cut the Trump stream? Did that go down?
In fact, well, the broadcast device stream is long gone. I did see somebody on NoWeatherRadio.org brought it back. Let me see if I can find who actually runs that.
Don needs a lot of that. Years ago.
Oh, now it's not even on here. It was for a very brief time.
People do that. They pirates.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate it when that happens, but
No.
yeah, that's the way things go. Because this streaming thing, these streams are sort of like a hobby project or something. But that's why there's disclaimers saying that these streams shouldn't be used as should not be used for protection of life and property. Of course, they always advise an actual weather radio with the instant notification.
Yeah. Well, that's why I use this AWS for this crying bot is slow and fast.
Yeah.
AWS, it's pretty
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah, that could be something I set up. That's something I could set up in the future.
I don't believe Ayla has a Discord so that you can go by an app for the phone, an iPad.
And all that.
Oh, Tippy went this week or not? Yeah. WBJFK. the paper? Virginia Test?
I have not checked WJFK, and I have not checked WJFK in a good while. In fact, maybe I should. Maybe I'll have them in there instead of WRVA for the Virginia Monthly next for next month's Virginia test.
Saturday morning on 6 p.m. And according to JFK AM, that's separate. They're weird, man. They have a weird layout. Whoa.
Starting narrative.
Starring
Hashtag John Other
narrator.
Hashtag John Other Hashtag John Other question mark. New notification from Discord. Question mark.
There's Beaver, Utah.
Widgets pane. Question mark. Question mark. Hashtag John Other double. Hashtag double E. Server actions. WPL.
That might be my
has issued a flash
that
flood
might be
warning for
dinner
the
getting ready.
Cottonwood Burn Scar in East Central Beaver County in southern Utah until 8 p.m. Closing tab.
Closing tab.
Hash scan.
Nope.
Unavailable.
No previous
previous
heading
item.
level 9.
Nothing to select. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing to select. Nothing to select. Nothing. Nothing to select. Unavailable. Text is not editable. Text is not editable. Text is not editable. Unavailable. Unavailable. Text is not editable. 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 Scan off. Asterisk. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis.
Oh wow, this thing got up to a pretty good level very quickly. Sure, why don't we have Tom and Ben read narrator messages and stuff?
V. Scan. New notification from Discord. Text is not editable.
New notification from Discord. Text is not editable.
Of course it's not editable.
Unavailable. Unavailable. Unavailable.
Of course it's not editable. Unavailable. Unavailable. Unavailable.
Alright. So we're getting dinner situated here. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute the mute that. And I'll go ahead and let you all hear the rest of this Monopoly
New
game.
notification from
The rest of this Monopoly game.
New
While I have
notification
dinner.
from Discord.
And then when I return, well, actually, I'll let the game finish,
Okay.
and then I'll talk about where the hardware I'll be working with the hardware upgrade project, set to begin hopefully Friday.
Money for nothing. Here
And
you
then,
go.
of course, we'll
$200.
play several rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh with
Advance token to
of
nearest
course, with-
utility. If unowned, you may
with
buy
a whole
it from
bunch
the
of
bank.
duelists.
If owned, throw dice and pay owner a total 10 times the
Oh
amount
yes, and I
thrown.
can't forget about the WMBS word game. We're going to do that as well beforehand.
Sack of money. Show us what you can do.
Playing is good. Winning is better.
Looks like a 4 to me. Chance. I love these. Let's look. Pay poor tax of $15. Top hat. It's up to you. $5. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Bainbridge line. Roll those bones, doggy. 8. Looking great.
Maybe I'll grab a quick nap.
Sack of money. Roll those dice. 8. Looking great. Bainbridge line.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
3. Shill Shoal.
I was born under a lucky sign.
Top hat, it's up to you. 8. Magnolia.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Roll those bones, doggy.
Let's get a wiggle on.
7. Madrona.
I lead a charmed life. What can I say?
Good luck, sack of money. Lucky 7. Vashon line.
Not the best you can do.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Snake Eyes.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
8. Let's see where that takes us. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Grand Opera opening. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats. Your turn, doggy.
Putter Potter, let's get over.
7. Arboretum. Sack of money. Show us what you can do.
Winners win, losers lose.
Ace, deuce, 3. Waterworks.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top hat. Toss those ivories. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Cinco. Pioneer Square.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
It's over to you, dog. 9. Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
It's still money.
Roll those dice.
I like the smell of money in the morning.
Looks like 11 to me. Medina.
I was born under a lucky sign.
Top hat, it's up to you. 12. Shill Shoal.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
6. Capitol Hill.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Looks like 11 to me. Victoria Line.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like a 4 to me. Chance. Advance to Illinois Avenue. Capitol Hill. Sack of money. Roll those dice. A pair of 6s. 12. $200. That's easy money. Green Lake.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
8. Portage Bay.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat. Roll and good luck. 7. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Community chest. What's it going to be? From sale of stock, you get $45. It's over to you, dog. 7. Volunteer Park.
Smells like home to me.
Move along here. Let's go. 9. Waterworks.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 2.
Death and taxes. There's no way of avoiding them.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. 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 The trade is complete. Short of cash? You'll need to raise some money then. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. An AI player wants a trade. Trade concluded. Short of cash? You'll need to raise some money then. 5. Pike Place Market.
I guess I can afford that.
Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like 7 to me.
Wait until my accountant hears about this.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading.
This dog has had his day.
Show me the money. Who would like to make an opening bid? Sack of money. Top Hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top Hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top Hat. Sack of money. Top Hat. Sack of money. Top Hat. Going once. Going twice. So, who's going to open the bidding? Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Going once. Top hat. Sack of money. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Way to go. You were the highest bidder. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or who's going to open the bidding? Sack of money. Top hat. 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 Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Going once. Going twice. So, you are the owner of a fine new property. Who would like to make an opening bid? Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. 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 Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Going once. Going twice. So, you are the owner of a fine new property. Who's going to start us off? Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Going twice. So, way to go. Who's going to start us off? Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. 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 Sack of money. Top hat. Sack of money. Top hat. Going once. Going twice. So, way to go. You were the highest bidder. Lucky 7. Victoria line.
I was born under a lucky sign.
Top hat. Toss those ivories. Lucky 7. Elky Beach.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Sack of money. Roll those dice. 8. Looking great. Here's your salary, $200. Harbor Island.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top hat, it's up to you. A pair of 6s, 12. Waterworks.
There's more where that came from.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Ace Deuce 3. Volunteer Park.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Show me the money sack. Eater from Decatur. Green Lake.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat. Toss those ivories. Both hands. 10. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Show me the money sack. 4. Bainbridge Line.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat. Roll and good luck. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Pike Place Market.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Sack of money. Roll those dice. Eater from Decatur. Magnolia.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat. Roll and good luck. 6. Bainbridge Line.
I guess I can afford that.
You rolled a 3. Shill Shoal.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes! Let's face it, capitalism works.
9. Seward Park.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat, it's up to you. A pair of 6s. 12.
I shall hide here and gather my wits about me.
Sack of money. Roll those dice.
Roll out the red carpet. I'm home.
6.
This high living has its price.
You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Top Hat, it's up to you. Half a dozen. Show me the money sack. We got 6. Back so soon? Here's your $200.
I don't mind spreading it around a little.
Strapped for cash? You can always sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade. A nickel. Pike Place Market.
Well, at least they don't pay rent.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Six. Sack of money. Show us what you can do. Niner. Shill Shoal.
I was born under a lucky sign.
Top Hat, toss those ivories.
Let's have another go at it, shall we?
12. Chance.
All right,
Go to jail.
I have
Go
returned
directly
from
to jail.
dinner,
Do not pass go. Do not.
and I see
collect
Tampa
$200.
finally did their
I
evening
shall
test.
hide here and gather my wits about me.
Good luck, sack of money.
Oh my
Half a
gosh.
dozen. Capitol Hill.
Oh, I haven't even
We
updated
got
my.
six.
Oh, I didn't even check Fostoria this morning. Because that's when the. Because that's when the big boy locomotive left. I still have a few hours left to check on it.
Top Hat, it's up to you.
To 9:29. That's when we'll see it.
Wave hello to say.
Sack of money. Roll those
So
dice.
rewind to 9:29 a.m. And that is where we will find it.
6.
So here's when it came. Here's
Top
when it
Hat,
left.
it's up to you.
So this is when it went through Fostoria on
Lucky
its
7.
journey,
Show me the
as
money.
it now
Zach.
continues on its westward journey. Oh, I know you're all not seeing it.
Looks like a 9. Where does that
I'm
take
looking
us?
back on replay.
Top Hat.
Up a logger.
Toss those ivories.
So it departed about half an hour
Ace,
behind
deuce,
schedule.
3. Good luck, sack of money. Eight.
But I think this was, I gotta say, all those
Chill,
people
chill.
in,
I was born under a lucky sign.
all those people on the
You
eastern
got
seaboard,
control
we're
of the
talking,
dice, Top Hat.
we're talking areas like, we're talking Ohio, Pennsylvania, New
Eater
York,
from Decatur.
those states, even
Strapped for
Indiana
cash.
too. I forgot to
You
mention
can always sell
Indiana.
buildings, mortgage
Those are
property, or
states.
trade.
This for those areas. This
Shill, shill.
this was a. I
Don't
think
I
this was a
own this?
once in a
Of course I
lifetime,
do. Yes.
a once in a
Sack of
lifetime
money. Roll
opportunity
those dice.
to get to see
Looks like
a
7
historic
to me.
steam locomotive like this in their home state. I have to
Fashion
say,
line.
Union Pacific
born
did
under
this
a
for
lucky
the
sign.
first did this for the anniversary of the
Top Hat.
Transcontinental
Toss
Railroad.
those ivories.
Then they did Heartland of America.
2.
And now they're doing
I
Now they're
use a
doing-
breather.
Coast to Coast 250.
6. Laurelhurst.
So what
Well,
better
it
way
won't
to
cost
cap
me
off
anyhow.
America's 250th celebration than to bring a historic locomotive east for the first time in decades?
Victoria line.
Yeah, for the
Don't
first
I
time
own
in
this?
decades.
Of course I do. Yes. Money. Why? Because I love it.
Yeah, for many, this was a once in a life. This was a once in a lifetime opportunity to get to see a locomotive this historic. Otherwise, they'd have to travel to. Yeah, otherwise they'd have to travel to somewhere like Iowa or Nebraska. But of course, this locomotive's home base is in Cheyenne, Wyoming. That's where it's headed. But it's going to make a few more stops on its way back.
Taxes. There's no way of avoiding them. Strapped for cash, you can only sell buildings, mortgage property, or trade. Wrong. I don't like this one little bit. Another monopoly chance in this crowd. Way to go.
And that's the end of it.
Ah, my good old fun. Would you like to play again?
No, absolutely not. I would not want to play it again. At least as for right now. But I'll talk about where this is going next here in a bit. So yeah, Union Pacific's Big Boy along with Norfolk Southern's Special America 250 locomotives. There's like 4 of them. The Abraham Lincoln 1616 and then 250 2026 with the Statue of Liberty being the second one. And then the Bald Eagle, number 250. 1776, the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia. So it's 4 of Norfolk Southern's America 250 locomotives, and then of course Union Pacific 1776 as the 5th unit. That's pretty massive. 5 different diesel locomotives, along with a steam locomotive leading it. quite an amazing sight to see. I couldn't remember if they added that Pullman car at the start of the tour or not, but I think they did. This was absolutely an incredible sight to see. So, yeah. You can see other crossings going down as the locomotive continues its journey west.
Glad you could read more. Right.
So, see as it continues left, as it, of course, continues its way out of Ohio. Let's see where the locomotive is. Right now, it is stopped. It says it was stopped as of 12:55. I don't know if that's in Central Time or Eastern Time. I believe that is in our local time zone. So looking at the schedule for the 15th, it was supposed to go to Fostoria, so it did depart Fostoria. It did make a stop in Continental Ohio. So right now it is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They say that Big Boy will now stop in Knox, Indiana, a half hour later than previously announced. So that's a quick little update that they made. So if I take a look, yeah, the Big Boy is stopped for the night in New Haven, Indiana. So that's where it's stopped right now. Of course, it'll continue. So of course, it'll go through it'll stop in Knox. It'll stop in Knox tomorrow afternoon. They did say 1 p.m. I'm not sure if they refer to Central Time or they're referring to Eastern Time. But again, I'm converted when I planned out, what route cams I want to see this locomotive go by. Yeah, they converted everything to Eastern Time. So 1 p.m. Central is when it arrives, and then 1:30 p.m. is its departure. And then after that, it will then head towards South Holland on the 17th. It'll leave there at 9 a.m. There won't be any public stops, so it'll just continue all the way to Bloomington, and that's where it'll stop there for the day. It'll then stop there in Bloomington for the day and then continue the following day. That's because they got to do a lot of work on that historic local. Oh, I almost blended into the power strip. But good thing I remembered. Yeah, the power strip situation, I'll be addressing it at a later date. So, yeah, the power strip is not part of the upgrades at all. Just a little fun with that little thing. What is this? Disasters challenge. What is this challenge? Oh, so this is just to. Okay, that's what it's about. So that's what it's about. So that's what it's about. So again, South Holland, and then Bloomington, and then it'll go to Springfield, and then it'll head to St. Louis, where then it'll be on display. That's Sunday, the 19th. And then it'll depart St. Louis and then head toward Pacific, Missouri, the following Monday, the 20th. The next rail cam I would see is, well, it's supposed to go through Jefferson City, but it will stop there at the end of the Monday. And then it's supposed to go by, I do remember it's supposed to go by Sedalia as well. So I'll make sure I have that cam on when it goes through. I don't think it's ever gone by that area before, so Big Boy's taking some new territory this year. It's never been down the Joliet subdivision. It certainly hasn't been down the Sedalia subdivision either, so this will be the first time for that locomotive. And then Topeka, it'll go through Kansas. And then after the 21st, the last one is Greeley, Colorado. That will be the last stop that the Big Boy will make. That'll be the last whistle stop that it'll do. That'll be an extended time, 45 minutes. And then after that, the locomotive heads back to Cheyenne, and that would then conclude its historic America 250 tour. Which, I mean, as I have said multiple times, I have been following this locomotive. I have been following the locomotive on its cross-country journey from start to finish. You know, from start to almost the finish. Because at this point, considering that the tour is going to end at the end of this month, and we only have like what? Let's see, it's going to conclude next week, the 29th. So we got like 2 weeks. So it's got like 2 weeks left of the tour. So at this point, we are almost at the end. We are almost at the end of the Big Boy tour. But before I get into anything else, I do have a few other programming notes I would like to pass along. And this time it concerns Tuesday, but I'll go into how the rest of this week is going to go here in just a moment. Well, first let's start with Thursday. Of course, we're still going to do, we're still up for Downers Grove tomorrow. We'll still do that tomorrow morning. I didn't have to, as of course expected, I didn't have any time to go, downtown again to see any additional activity on the racetrack, including Amtrak Southwest Chief and California Zephyr. Which reminds me, I once again forgot to go back on the evening Borealis train towards Chicago. So let me take this moment and take care of that now before I go into anything else. Oh, there's Empire Builder number 7 arriving. It was pretty late out of Chicago this evening for some reason. Although I don't think Amtrak gives too many reasons. I don't think they give like exact reasoning as to why their trains are delayed. But yeah, some programming notes regarding the rest of this week, going into next week, and all that. I'll get to that shortly. But I want to see what was on the evening Borealis, because this was the last one. So I just wanted to be sure that I went back on everything that I needed to go back on. So I just want to be sure that I went back on everything. I went back on the builder this morning, the Empire Builder. I saw the Morning Borealis. I went back on the other 2 Amtrak trains earlier today. I did the evening builder. I took care of the evening Amtrak. So I'm pretty much all set on the Amtrak side of things. And as I also figured, I do not see Fort Worth doing their evening test, which I at the same time expected because there's a flooding threat going on. So yeah, Fort Worth did not test. All right, so the logger then is all set for tonight. I'll just hit reset when the time comes. But as for everything else, well, we're just going to write it out. Yeah, at this point, we are just going to write it out. See what ends up happening. Yeah, we're just gonna wait and see what ends up happening as we continue through. Yeah, as we continue through the rest of this week. So we'll wait and see what happens then. So now onto the programming notes. So as I said, tomorrow. Yeah, so programming notes and some other service reminders too before we go on. So, of course, tomorrow, as I've said, we'll be live in Downers Grove for the morning portion. You won't catch the morning rush hour. And I will be applying all of those remediations, mitigations to the issue that's been pretty much plaguing me since Tuesday. So we'll try it out tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, we will see how that plays out. The other thing is, if all goes well, I hope to. Oh wait, what happened to the card? There's the card. Okay, I saw it disappear for a minute. Good, got it back. All right, so then the other thing then is relating to the hardware project. I will get into further details on it in just a moment. The thing about the upcoming project is, as I said, also tomorrow, I hope to, get all the new hardware. But of course, there's still lots of other things that have to get done before I can actually get that hardware in my possession. Of course, as I've been saying, there's a multi-step process that goes into this whole hardware upgrade endeavor. It's not just, set up all the software, get the staff logged in, and that's it. No, it's not that. We got all the software installed on the new machines. They've been connected to their Azure domain, rather Microsoft Azure domain. That, and also getting all their data transferred. There was an older technology that was used last year. However, this time they're trying something different. They have a NAS set up, and then there's this Drive client software which you could sync the user folder on the local machine with the user folder on the NAS. So basically, whatever files are present on the local machine, they'll sync with the files on the NAS, and then on the new machines, they'll sync the user data from the NAS onto the new machine in their proper places. So basically, the contents of all those folders will be merged into one. So yeah, basically the contents of all those files and whatnot are going to be merged into one. Yeah, they're all going to be merged into one user folder, essentially. But then, of course, we have to verify that all the data has been transferred off before I can then start messing around with the with the old machines and then prepare them to be decommissioned from their possession, and then prepare to put them into service within my infrastructure. Yeah, we were going to get to this like a week ago, and then something else came up, lots of other things came up. And when I got there this morning, 2 of the Dell Pros were already gone. In fact, they have already been put into service, with their with their new users, essentially. So that's what I'm hoping to accomplish tomorrow, finishing the backup and transfer of the rest of the employees' data and whatnot, getting them prepared with the new computers and hardware and whatnot. So I bet tomorrow's going to be pretty busy. So I'm not sure if I'm going to get, I don't know how much time I'm going to get in downtown, but I'm going to have to try to keep those laptops protected as much as possible. I don't even know if they're going to fit in my bag at all, period, but well, I guess I'll find out for sure. I guess I'll have to find out for sure eventually. It's going to be like, it's going to be an ultimate test with that new, wrist strap bag that I got this year. So it'll be an ultimate test with that, that's for sure. But anyway, what was I going to get to before I go any further? Oh, that's right. I was going to take Fort Worth and put them in the postponement roster because they too did not test because of the severe weather threat that's currently going on in that area, which I mean is entirely understandable. I mean, there's the flooding and everything going on there. So yeah, that's in terms of the hardware upgrades. So the plan then tomorrow also is, of course, we're still going to do backyard baseball as we normally do. So we'll do them. So we're still going to do backyard baseball at 5 p.m. Hopefully 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. is what I'm hoping for tomorrow night, 5 p.m., the time that we normally start that game. And then if something else ends up coming up, we might push it back about half an hour to 45 minutes behind schedule, as I have announced previously. Or I could just start the game and then just go do whatever else, because as I'm sure you all know, the game is entirely automated. So, I just have to start the game manually and then just let it run from there. And then I just got to come back in time, to stop it, when the game is totally done. So by Thursday night, I should hopefully, by the end of the day tomorrow, I should have all the new hardware. And also another thing, too, I forgot to mention is, of course, today, being that it's been 24 hours since Microsoft pushed out the latest security updates, or rather the latest cumulative security update, whatever, for Windows. And I heard this week it was actually it was actually a big one this week. Well, this month, actually, it was a big update. I heard there was 570 vulnerabilities and 3 0 days being fixed in this update. I won't go into detail exactly, but of course it's still going to be ensuring that all the devices that have not received the new Secure Boot certificates yet get those certificates. I did apply those certificates to my Micro either the day of or the day after the 2011 certificates expired. So yeah, because it was saying that the new certificate deployment was in progress, so then I ended up finalizing it manually, and now the certificates were successfully installed. So pretty much they're pretty much all set now. They all have the new certificates installed, so that's something I don't have to worry about for a good while, actually. Yeah, a very good while. So then, of course, following the game, of course, I'll be running updates on my PCs. In fact, maybe I should go ahead and take this opportunity and, maybe just get them done tonight. Just get them done, get them out of the way. So then I won't have to worry about it on Thursday night when, when the game finishes and whatnot. Oh, great. I see the micro already found the updates. It must have unpaused. Oh, it must have already downloaded them. And great, there's a display driver update waiting. Oh shoot! I have a good feeling the display. I have a good feeling the live stream on both is gonna go down like for a brief time. Well, we'll wait. So that's all right. We'll wait patiently for that. But I guess I'll just talk for as long as I can before it installs them on its own. So yeah, following tonight's show, I'm gonna get these updates installed because I might not be able to start the new program showcase in time tomorrow night. So as such, we would likely then start the showcase following Backyard Baseball, and we'll just let that run for the rest of the night, and then either I'll call it quits then, or maybe just do my usual stuff afterwards. So great, now it's saying pending restart. Oh, well, let's go ahead and install the rest of them then. So I was thinking, let's take this opportunity and just get these updates done, because two of them have actually applied the updates already. My HP laptop, because I had it on last night for the Roblox show, and the small form factor, which I forgot to pause. I forgot to pause the updates on there, but I'm not gonna care about that. But I just want to apply these updates. I just want to go ahead and apply these updates tonight, so that way then I don't have to worry about it. But then, what about the other devices? That one in the den, that's going to be waiting until Sunday, most likely as usual. The 7506, that's going to get replaced, so I'm not going to do anything with it. The 3670, its hard drive, I plan to swap it out, so it's going to hold off on the update. So it's going to hold off on the security updates this month. But when I eventually do replace the hard drive and put a new installation on there, then it should come with the July patches already. So, although it usually does take Microsoft a few days, although Microsoft usually waits a few days until after the security update, the stable security update is released before they update the installation media to include the security update already, and to include the security updates, already preloaded with it. Okay, it looks like it's gonna try to prepare the update, and then it's gonna flicker the display. I'll keep the window open so that way I know when we're ready. So for those watching the main Playfield TV, there's going to be a brief interruption while as the driver updates. So it should only be about 30 or 45 seconds, and then after that we'll get it back up and running. But I'll keep talking here because I want to make sure that these updates are prepared. That way that these updates are all prepared and ready to go. So that way then, once we go off the air tonight, which I'm hoping will go off the air at 10, that way then I can allow myself enough time to not only... I'm still thinking about I think I should still make that short episode of Downers, trim down that live stream and make a full episode. When so we can air it. And yes, that was another thing I was going to say too. That same update was actually blocked on some Dell PCs. It was because of a specific Intel driver. I was thinking one of those new Dell Pro machines were affected. As I've confirmed, it was actually an Intel. What was it? A Intel participant driver. Thankfully, none of my PCs have that driver, so the updates proceed as normal. The HP, if it's not, well, HP is its own thing, so the update, of course, installed no problem. So I shouldn't have any issues with the other PCs then. So, oh great! Now the display updates is pending install. But yeah, 570 vulnerabilities being fixed in this. This is I think one of the biggest updates, the biggest security updates by far. Well, the biggest security updates in quite a while, in fact. So, yeah, as a quick service reminder, after tonight's show, I'm gonna go ahead and finish off doing the system updates. You know, finishing up all the updates on the system, and then, oh, that's a network driver. Yeah, we're about to lose our signal here for a brief moment, and then the display is going to come up after that. Oh, it didn't do the network. Okay, here comes the display driver. So we're gonna lose the connection here for a few moments, and then I guess we'll be back straight away. This is only on one of the PCs, but then the other one will come up later. And then when that's finished, I'll continue talking about what is to come tonight and everything else. So it should last only a few moments. So it should last only for a few moments. Was that a network driver? It said Realtek Net driver. I thought it was a network driver or something. But I think it was related to the network card. I'm surprised we didn't lose the signal, the internet reception from the update, but I guess we didn't. I'm surprised Windows updates catching the updates before Dell's tool does. But it's totally all right, because I mean, while it is reliable to have drivers from the manufacturer, sometimes it can drive me nuts. So yeah, once the updates are done, then, well, once the display driver update is finished, then, well, on both of these, then I'll just continue. Well, actually, it's not going to be for a little while on the micro, so I'll just let it run on its own. I'll just let it run on its own time. And actually on there, I'll just let the update finish on its own. So yeah, I'll run the software updates on the last two of my PCs currently. I'm not doing the 7506, like I said, because it's been driving me nuts for the last 5 years, and it's going to get replaced. And the 3670 is going to get a new hard drive. So probably one of the same form factor, same size, but different brand, but that's okay. Because I just want a machine that actually, I just want one that will actually work properly. And it is in desperate need of that, because that hard drive has been filling up quite massively in its 4 years it's been in service as a main system, as my main PC before getting this new one, which has been running for almost 3 years now. So I'm quite happy with it. But yeah, that was everything, like I said, for Thursday. So of course, Downers Grove in the morning. I'll be back there in the afternoon. Well, with however much time I've got. And then, of course, when I get back here, we'll do backyard baseball. Again, I currently estimate a 5:15 p.m. start time. Maybe sooner than that, but that will depend on what happens that day. And then, of course, when that's all done, if I air the new program showcase in time. If I air the new program showcase in time, then great. In fact, I should probably change the time because actually, in fact, I'm going to change the time again anyway because I've yet to finalize the Downers Grove episode. I'm waiting for it to let me to download the live stream video as its own as a video file, and then I can put it into iMovie, trim it all down and whatnot. So basically, I think this will be one of the shortest Downers Grove episode. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. All right, let's go and restart this. And we're back. See, I told you the display driver update wouldn't take that long. So now I'll just let the rest of the updates finish on its own. And of course, when it's ready to restart, I'll of course hit restart after we go off the air tonight. So now, like I was saying, tomorrow's episode of Downers Grove is currently set to be one of the shortest episodes of the entire season. By far, because it's only going to feature the morning rush. That's it. Nothing else. No other freights, no Amtrak, none of that. So, that is... Oh, there's the complete Metro morning rush at the Hollywood station. So I wonder how much of the rush hour that Metro 8473 got. Yeah, why don't we tune in since we're not... since we are not touching that for quite a while. Let me turn the captions off. This is captions. Oh, turn them off. Okay, there we go. The captions are off completely now. So we'll see what he actually doesn't put descriptions of trains, but I'm sure he caught the freight train that was stopped at, maybe the exact freight train that was stopped at, that caused some delays at La Vergne and Berwyn earlier this morning. But yeah, let me get back to the plans here. So tomorrow morning, Downers Grove. Hopefully I can come home with the new hardware. We'll do backyard baseball, and then that'll be it for our live broadcast on Thursday. Friday, currently, that looks like that will be the day we do the hardware upgrades, which I will start it at 11 a.m. Probably 11 a.m. or maybe 10 a.m., probably sooner, but I guess it'll depend on what actually ends up happening, so yeah, currently I'm estimating to start the upgrades at around 10 a.m. on Friday. Yeah, start the upgrades around 10 a.m. on Friday. Now, of course, during this period, I'll be moving WPLD main to the micro, so it will take over for WPLD while the upgrades are in progress. As I'll be working machine by machine. So I'll be starting with the small form factor, then I'll move on to the 3670, and so on and so forth. So essentially, I'll be moving on back and forth between those computers in that sense. Now, of course, during this time, what will soon be the former secondary and the WeatherScan network will both be off the air for the duration of the upgrade cycle. Now, of course, I'll make sure to put the technical difficulty message, which I usually run on the small form factor when the main WeatherScan machine is not in operation. So it's as simple as that. But again, that's what the plan is for Friday. And the other machines, the other PCs, on the other hand, will not be affected. So in a little bit, I'll go over some of the possible new hardware components that I will be adding into the that we'll be adding to our infrastructure. And that we'll be adding onto our infrastructure as part of this upgrade project. But yeah, just a reminder that some of our services will be off air Friday while we make the while we do the upgrades. But then, of course, if we have if there's a severe weather event forecasted for the Chicago area, then of course we'll delay the upgrades until another day. And that very first train, I think that is the exact freight that was the exact same freight that halted traffic, that halted operation at the Berwyn station. That I guess we won't know until we actually. Maybe that might be an outbound, but I guess we'll find out as it progresses. So yeah, we'll do the hardware upgrades on Friday. That currently is the plan. Of course, we'll do the Fun Night show. That will return that night. That's going to return that night, as per usual. And then when we get to Saturday, what do we got planned that Saturday? I don't know what the plan is for that Saturday, but if all goes well, we'll be able to do the Fun and Games show. I currently haven't decided a start time, but I'm thinking 3 p.m. we'll probably start that. And yes, for those wondering about the kind requests, I will do those as well. So, yep, the kind requests are also on the lineup. So I'll do that before we come on. So I'll make that after my lunch break as per usual. So nothing too different about that. So yeah, it's not that freight that caused traffic. It wasn't that freight, it was a different one. But yeah, that's what the but yeah, so Saturday we'll see what happens. Sunday, of course, will be Ticket to Ride. We'll of course do Ticket to Ride as normal on Sunday. But if I'm not able to do the hardware upgrades on Friday, then I'll just record episodes of Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune like I have been doing both Sunday and Monday this week. And Sunday then would be the backup date for the upgrades. If that day is not possible, then most certainly it will most certainly be sometime next week. But again, I'm saying right now, Friday will be the very likely day we'll do the upgrades and enhancements to our services. That we will do the upgrades. So that'll be the day we do the upgrades and all that. So yeah, Friday will be upgrade day, and then the Fun Night show that night. And then, of course, Saturday, the Fun Game show. That is, if all goes well. I don't know what the plans are that day. But once I am informed of those plans, I, of course, will let you all know. Sunday, Ticket to Ride at 7 at its new time. Yep, keep that in mind. 7 p.m. Sunday night, Ticket to Ride, new time. And then, of course, Monday, we don't have anything planned as of right now. Although I have been thinking I was going to wait until after the Travel Series remake finishes airing before I do more work with the Minecraft world, because I want to leave the world unaltered before the Travel Series remake airs. So I can tell you that that Minecraft show on Playfield TV will definitely be coming back. Right now, it is very likely it'll be at the beginning of March, toward the end of February. That is when I expect it to return. Yeah, that is when I expect that show. When I expect it to return is somewhere in March. And then, as for Tuesday of next week, some programming notes I do want to pass along. We will not be. There will not be a Downers Grove episode on Tuesday of next week, and there will also not be a Roblox show that week as well. So what I'm currently thinking is we can do Roblox on Sunday. So we'll do a Roblox Live Ticket to Ride doubleheader this coming Sunday. So I was thinking we'll do that. So we'll do Roblox at, let's say, well, 3 p.m. obviously would not work. So I'd say let's do Roblox at 1 p.m. And then we'll just run the whole 2-hour block until 3. Then we'll do Ticket to Ride at 7 as per usual at its new time. So, we can just get Roblox done and out of the way. And then I can enjoy my day in Downers Grove on Monday, and then in the Lawn of Oaks on Tuesday. Now, I don't know if I'll get to see the Southwest service that day because I know it'll be operational, but we'll see. I guess we'll see when we get when I get there. So we'll see about that. But again, Monday next week will be nothing. Downers Grove otherwise. Tuesday, no Downers Grove, no Roblox, no broadcast, none of that at all. Except for the new program Showcase. If I manage to air it and stop it in time. And I think this might be the freight that at the station earlier this morning was talking about. This might be the exact one. So, considering it is going in the inbound direction, so. But other than that, the rest of this of next week looks to be normal. But we'll see. Again, we'll see what actually is in the plans for next week. So that's the programming notes really that I wanted to pass along. Now let's get into the hardware that I'm looking to do as part of the upgrade project. IdeaPad Flex 5 16-inch. Let's see if that's a 14. No, we don't want 14. Let's see. This one I think is the one. No, it isn't. That's not it. Okay, that's not the one. Aha! This is the one right here. So this is the one I was talking about. This one. The IdeaPad Flex 5 16 ALC 7. It's a 2-in-1. Now this one is a 16 gigabyte model. So everything there is from the factory. Now this one I was thinking about taking, but then after I saw how the plates were not aligned on this end there at the front, I'm just thinking about not taking this entirely. That, along with the fact that this has 8 gigs of that the model that they ordered was 8 gigabytes and not 16. Now that's actually another thing which I'll get to in a minute. Now if I pull up Lenovo's support documentation for this machine, I can take a look at what what kind of options I have in terms of upgrades. So I can search for it here. So IdeaPad Flex 5 16 ALC 7. Yep, here we go. So this is the model right here. And then I looked at the user guide on Lenovo's website. And then if I go down to meet your computer and then features and specifications, it shows that's the kind of battery that's installed. Now the memory, it's onboard low power double data rate LPDDR4X. Number of physical slots 0. So that means I can't add physical DDR4 RAM to the machine, which is such a shame, but it's all right. And then it only supports the. Am I looking at the right one? Oh, IdeaPad Flex 5 16 7. So here we go. So it only supports M.2 SSDs. Now there was an IdeaPad 5 14-inch model from around that same time. So let me see. That's a back cover. Is that really a 2-in-1? No, that's a newer one. Cause that is a cause that has a Copilot key. This one's also new. This one is a Copilot Plus. That one's also a newer one. So I want to see if I can find an older model. I think this is about right. Well, let me look at it cosmetically and see. Can't remember if it was a 15-inch or a 14. Well, I think it is 14, but... Well, I know there's a Windows 11 variant of this, but I think this is good enough. But and I think this actually also might be the one. No, this one isn't even close to what I've seen. More than likely, it's a... No, this one's a 2-in-1. The other laptop is not a 2-in-1 PC. But, as I've said, we can look at Lenovo's documentation. Flex 5i, Flex. We don't want Flex now. We want to change the model. So now we're going to change it to IdeaPad 514. Not Flex 5, IdeaPad 1. We don't want 2-in-1. More than likely, it's this one here. The IdeaPad 514. Oh no, not Explorer. It's under Meet. Now, just like the other one, DDR4 physical slots 0. But here it says I could add a 2.5-inch drive to it. But there's the asterisk. It's only for selected models. The one that they have, I don't think I saw a fingerprint reader on that. There is a keyboard backlight. I did notice that there is a keyboard backlight on that. So, depending on what configuration they ordered that one, it's very likely that I might be able to add a 2.5-inch drive to it. But here are the differences between this ThinkPad Flex and this ThinkPad that I have discovered. And it has to do with the RAM configuration. This one right here has 8 gigabytes of soldered RAM. Now, 8 gigs of RAM with Windows 11 in 2026, and for, a highly intensive purpose, no, I don't think so. I mean, if the RAM was upgradable, I would have been able to, I would take it, but I mean, a 16-inch touchscreen, no, I don't think. I think 16 inches for a touchscreen, I think, is a little too big. But I've still got time to think about it, because I mean, I've seen how fast the RAM is, considering that this model here is from 2022. I found it out when I looked up the computer on the warranty on the support page on Lenovo's site. I looked up the exact serial number, and I saw a date of 2022. So this thing sure got some good use out of the workplace. But then this 14-inch one, on the other hand, this has 16 gigs of RAM. So that actually is good enough for Windows now. But what's similar between the two? Both of them have 1 terabyte of storage. So that's great. I could just take one and, leave it as that. I don't have to upgrade the storage. I don't have to do anything with it. I mean, it's all set and done. 16 gigs, that's already checked off my list. 1 terabyte, that's also already checked off my list. So great, I can run my Windows 11 virtual machine in there whenever I have the chance. So, I think this would make for great, this would make for a great new personal PC. But again, I have yet to take a look at, the exact configuration of that laptop as it is, because I want to see if I can add a 2.5-inch drive to it. If I can, then I most certainly will. But if not, then that's okay. That's okay, because it already has a terabyte of storage. I would certainly love to add more. But it's the way it is. But that's fine. So that could be one of the things. Now the other is this thing, a Dell Latitude 3420. No storage hard drive, no operating system. Of course it's sold without that. Let me find a different one. I think this one's good enough. And then there's another one too. Yeah, this one. So, here's the other computer model that I've had my eye on the most. This a Latitude 3420. This the specific units that I'm working with were manufactured in early to mid 2021. I can tell early to mid 2021. It's by this model right here. This is a late 2021 model, and it comes with Windows 11. Which you can tell by the new Windows logo there on the keyboard. So I could clearly tell that this is a Windows 11 PC. So meaning it comes with Windows 11 and not Windows 10. But of course there were some models that you could request a downgrade to Windows 10 from 11 if you don't want 11. So if you don't want 11, you could put 10 on there instead. The license will just carry over. But nowadays, now that 10 is basically out of support, you don't get that choice. What a shame. So, last month, I had 3 of them, close by. And then later on, a 4th one. And now, I've been told about the presence of a 5th, possibly a 6th model of a 6th copy of this laptop. Now, I don't know where that is as of right now, but hopefully they'll be waiting for me ready to go. Because as I said, tomorrow I want to get the rest. Hopefully the plan is to get the rest of the employees' data transferred off of these old machines and onto the new ones. But the most recent development out of all of this was that not all of these are going away. Of course they all aren't. Some employees are keeping these computers. Well, of course, because they're replacing a lot of older ones too. Like one I had found earlier today, a Dell something. I don't know what it is, but it's an old Dell from like 2010 or 11 that had 800 megahertz RAM, a dual core Pentium, and I've seen how slow it is, even with an SSD. I mean, the SSD did improve the speed, but 800 megahertz of RAM, yeah, not fun. Not fun at all, considering this is 2026. So, but the plan with these Latitudes here is, a plan to convert pretty much now 4 originally, now 6 into 2. So I won't know exactly how many Latitudes how many of these Latitudes they're going to keep, but I won't know until I actually get to the upgrade cycle, which, as I said, hopefully will be tomorrow. And I think it's very likely I'm going to get to that tomorrow. So yeah, they all have i5s, 8 gigs of RAM, 256 gig. Yep, that's the exact configuration they've got. And these have the 41-watt batteries, the 4-cell ones. 3 cells is where I have the option to put a 2.5-inch drive. Now I assume the other two are the same, but I want to check and make sure exactly what those configurations on those other two are before I do any work with those machines and whatnot. So, and then from whatever other latitudes there, so basically I'm going to group the ones that are coming home and the ones they are keeping. Whichever ones they're keeping, well, I don't know which ones they're going to keep, which ones they're going to get rid of. I'll just take whatever I can. So, while the Optiplex small form factor will retain its hard drive based on the scenario, I'll just take the 256 gig hard drive out of one of them, and that's going to go into the 3670. So that actually I think might be a new possibility. Okay, there goes the Micros display driver. It's installing now, as I just saw the screen flash for a split second. But let me make sure it actually is installing. No, it's still doing the update. I mean, I saw it flash for a split second, so it's still finishing the security update. Then it's going to get to the driver. So that's where the hardware upgrades. That's where the upgrades basically stand. Dell 14 Pro Plus. No, not Plus. I don't want 14 Pro. Wait, that's a Plus model. What am I doing? Dell Pro Max. PC 14250. So yeah. So here's the PC that's replacing those latitudes, as I had been talking about for a good while now. Now this isn't the exact color. They got it in black. They got these in black. This is the 14-inch one. There is no fingerprint reader. There is no backlit keyboard. This is the exact configuration right here. 16 gigs of RAM, 256 gigs of storage. That's the 14-inch. They got 6 of those. And then we have the Dell Pro 16-inch right here. This is the 16-inch. This is the larger one. This is in black. It would have been nice that they got this in black, and then it would have fit. But that's totally fine. This is an 8 gig model. All of them have 16 gigs of RAM. Yeah, all of them have 16 gigabytes of memory and 256 gigs of storage, of solid state storage. So, and of course I can't add a second hard drive to it, but that's, again, only limited by the manufacturer's abilities stuff. Now, I don't know if they're going to keep this. I think I heard they're going to be keeping one, and I think I've heard about the presence of possibly a second one of this kind, but well, of course I'm going to find out for sure. I will eventually find out for sure. Now this one's a Latitude 3480 with a 7th generation Intel processor. I believe I saw it was an i5. So yeah, it's an older. It's unfortunately one generation short of Windows 11. Now, I don't know if they're going to be keeping these. I don't know if they're going to be keeping these despite the fact that 10 is now out of support. And I don't think I've seen any of the remaining Windows 10 machines in the ESU program. So, Yeah, that, and I've seen several. I've seen one other device, one other PC is still running 24H2. So that definitely is. That definitely is. That's definitely not good that it's still running 24H2. So. So. As I've said, I'm hoping to get to all of this tomorrow, so that I can then finally put the nail in the coffin on this hardware upgrade project that I've been planning for well over a month. But let's go back to the 3420s for a second and what the plan is with those. So, whichever one of the Lenovo's I choose, I'm more than likely thinking about taking the 14-inch one, specifically because of the RAM and storage. And from that other Lenovo, I'll just salvage the SSD and I'll put that into my M.2 PCIe card, again, to add storage. And if they're going to get rid of the other Lenovo, I may as well snag that 512 gig that's been sitting there for quite some time as well, because those new computers do not take 2230s or 2242s. Well, they take 2230s, but they don't take 2280s or 42s. They don't take those kind of SSD form factors. So my plan is with two of those Latitude 3420s. Each of them are going to get 16 gigs of memory. 16 gigs. Well, specifically 8 GB stick coming out of two of them. It'll get 16 gigabytes of memory in total. One of them is going to get 1 terabyte of storage. The other will have its factory hard drive retained. That PC will service the Mass NWR receiver, as I was talking about earlier, the one that's going to handle the NWR side of things. And then currently I'll just have my 3670 handle AM/FM. I'll have it handle the AM/FM side, while my 3060 small form factor will continue to handle the main WPLD, but I will be making some additional changes and enhancements as well. To it, I might probably swap some RAM sticks around again. Yeah, I might swap some sticks around, just to make sure that both of these have a decent amount of RAM, so they can handle all these AM/FM and NWR monitors. So I'll see how that plays out then, when we get to that point. So at this point then, 6 Latitudes becoming 2. A Lenovo 14-inch possibly coming with me, and I'll probably have the HP take over, have the HP handle the NWR, away from home, or the AM/FM side of things. But again, I haven't decided anything, set in stone as of yet. But as we get closer, to the upgrade process, or, the day after, after the hardware upgrade process, once I obtain all the hardware and once I've finalized all the plans, then of course I'll decide, what happens with each of these PCs going forward. So, in terms of, other plans, I'll get to that later. I'll get to that at a later point. So, with all that being said, that's really where the hardware upgrades currently stand. But I am rather disappointed I can't upgrade the RAM in the Lenovo's. But even then, the original plan was they were going to get. I was thinking about just those 4 Latitudes. I didn't of those 4 3420s. I didn't know there were. I didn't remember if there were any more of them or not. But I guess there were. So, but even then, there wouldn't even be enough RAM to upgrade in the IdeaPad, whether the RAM was soldered or not. So it just wouldn't have mattered. But still, I'm disappointed that I'm not able to upgrade the RAM. And I think I noticed something. I noticed a flaw about the 16 GB model. So if I go to performance, it said that like what? There was like what 3 GB of the RAM being reserved for hardware. I think that's a little bizarre. I think that's quite bizarre. But at least 16 gigs is in there. So, but hey, at least I'll be dealing with a Ryzen 7, a processor that's actually a Ryzen processor that's actually on a more higher end, because the Ryzen 3 that I'm dealing with on the HP only has 2 cores. I wonder how the AM/FM thing is going to run with just those 2 cores. But, of course, as you all know, we're going to do this whole trial and error thing, so we'll just see what works and if we need to make any adjustments. Plain and simple, right? Yeah, we'll see. So, I think that's enough discussion about the hardware upgrades. I feel like we should get to our duel here. But actually, before we get to that, I want to first take care of the WMBS word game from earlier this morning. Yes, I did, of course. Yeah, there's where I did the Royal Perk Scion and production error. Oh my gosh. So, here are the letters from the word game. And I think I know what the word is. Yay, I guessed it right on the first try. So there you go. There we go. There's your WMBS word game. Oh, great. This thing's going to be doing updates too, because as I had started it up already, and it hasn't started the update process yet, but I'm going to check right now. Last check 22 days ago. You're up to date. Well, if we're gonna duel for a good while, then we may as well install the updates. But yeah, I've also been testing out a lot of course, I've been testing out Weather HDS's update, as well as trying to see if I could get Haze Weather working. However, so far, both have been unsuccessful. Although I was able to get Weather HDS working, but then when I put the API in there, it just broke the whole thing. So I'm thinking it's a coding error, and I don't think SSP has acknowledged any of the issues yet with it, but I sure hope that when he does eventually get the chance, he'll get those problems addressed, and then eventually it'll be, then it'll actually operate correctly. Because based on the design and the whole look of this new thing alone, it sure does look like this will be a great upgrade. Although the last update was actually in February. That's when we updated the HDS to the newer version. Okay, there we go. The micro just did its driver update, and there goes OBS. And Notepad is all messed up. I want to make sure that the update finished before I do anything. Actually, I'm just gonna go and run it normally. Take this card off. All right, the micro just did its display driver update, so now it is back up and running. And then, again, now that the updates have been prepared, all I just need to do is send the restart signal once we're done tonight. And then these two will be updated, and then I won't have to worry about updates on the other PCs until Friday when we do the hardware upgrades. Yep, and there's the update icon reminding me that that a restart is pending. So Okay. So yeah, I just talked about the hardware upgrades, what the plans look like as we get closer. But as for the HP, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Again, I don't know if I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm actually planning on keeping it because I mean it's compatible with Windows 11, and I mean I was able to upgrade the RAM to 16 gigabytes, so it can do well with 16 gigabytes. Although I don't think 2666 would work, but maybe I could upgrade the storage on it too. But as I said, I'll think about other ideas and final plans and whatnot when we get closer to actually doing when we actually get closer to doing the upgrades. So I think that's enough. I think that's enough chit chatter. I think it's time we get dueling. And we, of course, are going to start with Jaden here. But as I also said, this will very likely be the last night we might be able to do it for quite a while before Who Wants to Be a Millionaire comes back on ABC. So let's get started.
All right, we're gonna do things my way, bro.
Get your game on. Get the virtual machine on screen. There we are. And I will be going second. Let me verify this is in sync. Perfect.
I'll throw down a face down. I end my turn.
Let's see, we got Gemini Elf. And let's go ahead and attack this face down.
Hold on, I'm not finished yet.
Negate attack, so that attack's been negated.
I activate a spell card.
Get a fusion.
Alright, I'm creating a new monster by combining these two together. Fusion time.
He's got Elemental Hero Great Tornado. And he just flip summon. There goes Gemini Elf. And then the other one directly.
I end my turn.
Probably could have done Giant Trunade now that I think about it, but it's too late now. Alright, let's do Tribute to the Doomed. Boy, discard one of them. I'll pick Giant Soldier, and I will destroy his fusion. Alright. Now to let that effect activate. When this card is destroyed, you can special summon either Elemental Heroes Stratos or Voltic from your graveyard to your side of the field. Alright, so now we got Zombra. We'll destroy his Woodsman.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done. As that card goes down to 1900.
I play this.
Morphing Jar.
Special ability activates.
So that means we're discarding our entire hands and drawing 5 new cards.
I activate a spell card.
There's Fusion Sage. He's got a Pollinization.
I activate a spell card.
And he's gonna Fusion again.
Alright, I'm creating a new monster by combining these two together. Fusion time.
There it is again.
I end my turn.
Do we want to do defense? May as well. There it is again.
Special ability activates.
So once again, we're discarding our entire hands. And I see I got a good card. So he deals 300 points of damage. And now it's gone. And I'm down to 3,100. Oh wow. That's a lot of cards he set face down. That might be that silly little command prompt thing. Alright, let's bring that fusion over. Well, let me see if I can fusion. I guess I can't. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of his morphine jar, one of them.
But I got some fight left in me. Good thing I
Yikes, Mirror Force.
Force.
Both of them are gone. And now my field is totally wide open. Yeah, I think this is going to be it right here. He's going to use this opportunity to end the duel. And there we go. So Jane takes game 1. But of course, I need to win 2. So I will go first in the second game. Alright, let's set these traps down. Then I'll summon... Well, actually, I'm going to put Headless Knight in defense. And that's my first move. Do you want to? No. Yep, I will go ahead and use Magic Cylinder.
Is that all you've got?
Well, that's all I've got against him right now.
I end my turn.
And there's Gemini again. But then I could do Tribute to the Doomed. I want to leave that defense card where it is right now.
I activate a spell card.
Reverse of Neos. Increase a monster's attack by 700 points during the turn the card is activated. So, that was his only choice. Gemini Alpha is gone. And that is all I can do. There's Elemental Hero Ocean. No, let's see what he does. Gonna reveal the defense card with that attack, and then destroy it. I end my turn. And then we have Gaba the Magnet Warrior. I'm gonna set that in defense. No, not right now. And another 300 points of damage. And of course, because the attack and defense are the same, the two will not be destroyed. But I will play Giant Trunade. And I'll set Torrential Tribute back down. I'll go ahead and Tribute. Put Gadget Soldier in defense. I'll leave his other monsters alone for right now.
I switch to defense mode. I switch to defense mode.
Interesting.
I end my turn.
Interesting choice there, Jaden. He did not want to try it. But this will return everything to the deck. Well, too late now. I've already made my decision, so I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to attack next. There's Fusion Gate. He can just do fusions without polymerization. And that is exactly what he's going to do.
Right! I'm creating a new monster by combining these two together. Fusion time.
That's the third time we've seen this card come up. Actually, no.
I can switch to attack mode. I play this.
If special summon when there are no other cards, draw two. Draw two cards. There's why I didn't want to play Torrential Tribute. Because now we're going to be sending all of our monster cards back to the deck. Both of our respective decks. There's Polymerization, Premature Barrel, Voltix coming on the field. And Buster Blader requires 2 tributes, so you know what? Let's do it.
Oh no!
Although I probably should have used it earlier, so it's alright. But hey, at least I get to send one of these to my hand. And I choose Tiger Axe.
I end my turn.
There's Zombra, but I cannot do it directly. So, Tiger Axe it shall be.
Not bad, but I got some fight left in me. Good thing I played a
There's
trap
Mirror
card.
Force again. So that monster is gone.
With this card, I can resurrect.
And he's doing Call of the Haunted to bring Prisma back. I end my turn. And what do we want to do here? Summon Zombra or Island Turtle in defense? I'm going to do Zombra here. And just attack Prisma. So that will destroy Call of the Haunted and bring Zombra's attack points down to 1900. Elemental Hero Ice Edge. I end my turn. Alright, we got Island Turtle. We're going to put that in defense. And then we'll get rid of this other one.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done. I probably could have done a tribute summon now that I think about it.
I activate a spell card.
Graceful Charity. Elemental Hero
Activate a
Prisma.
spell card.
Ooh, United We Stand. That's a powerful one. And now it's 2,500.
Throw down a face down.
Well, I can't do the tribute now,
I end my
so...
turn.
Well, actually I can. This requires only 1 tribute, so...
Come on, team. Think.
And then we'll do tribute to the Doomed. We'll discard the Glomos to destroy Elemental Hero Prisma, as well as United We Stand. And now we'll do it directly.
Good thing I played a trap card.
Negate attack. So that ends the battle phase.
I end my turn.
I need a second card. I'll do Harpy's Feather Duster. Getting rid of both his other trap and the field spell. There's Morphing Jar.
Special ability activates.
So I only had that one card, so that goes to the graveyard now. And we get 5 new cards. So it's like we're starting all over again. Except we're just discarding our entire hands. And that's it.
I activate a spell card. I end my
That's
turn.
a lot of cards he set down. Now I'll activate my card of Safe Return.
I activate a spell card.
And it's gone. So that is negated now. I'm gonna go ahead and bring forth the Elite Attack Force. Oh, there's Torrential Tribute, so every monster's gone now. So now my field is wide open. And he's just gonna go all in with Stratos. When this card is summoned, excluding special summon, you can add an Elemental Hero Voltic from your deck to your hand. And I don't think he had any card like that. But I do know one that will work, and that's Gemini Elf.
Good thing I played a trap card.
And there's Fairy Box. And he called it wrong. So he's down to 4,100. But I am on the edge at this point. So I'm only down to 2,300. And it might get even closer, because now he'll have to start paying life points in order to keep this card active. Let's set this one in defense. And then we'll destroy the Bubble Man. And he called it right, so that means my Gemini Elf is gone. And actually, I can resurrect from the graveyard. But what do I resurrect, though? Oh yeah, Buster. Let's bring Buster Blader out. Oh yeah. That's powerful. He's gonna chance my defense card, huh?
A duel's not over till the last card's played. I end my turn.
So the difference is 1,800.
No way.
Yep, let's get rid of his Fairy Box. And sure, let's bring Tyrax along with. Switch this to attack position. And we're going to destroy his Bubble Man.
Is that all you've got?
Apparently, yes, because that card is 1,500, and I just realized that.
I switch to defense mode. Throw down a face down. I end my turn.
I think Jaden made a bad decision by putting that in defense. But we're about to find out here as I Tribute Summon.
Come on, Jaden, think.
Alright, let's go for battle. Let's see what this face down
Good
is.
thing I played a trap card.
Magical Arm Shield. So, one of my highest monsters versus the second highest of them. So. Well, that card went to me. That card belonged to me. So, interesting that that happened with Jaden. So,
I end my turn.
do I have what I need for fusion? Neos and Neospatian Gloss. I don't think I do. If I do, they're in my graveyard. There's the Glow Moss. But then there's another one. Yeah, they're both sitting in the graveyard, so so I can't fusion summon from the graveyard, of course. And I don't want to get rid of this either, so... Alright, let's destroy this. And let's see what one of his face-down cards is. Okay, there's Elemental Hero Ocean. Offer this card as a tribute during your standby phase, face up, to destroy 2 face-up monsters with an attack of 1,000 or less. Alright, at this point I'm considering what my next move is going to be.
Special ability activates.
Now we're going to be discarding our entire hands yet again to draw 5 new ones.
I played this. I'm not planning to lose.
And that's it. He takes the match just like that. This was a pretty close battle. 900 points was all that Jaden had left.
Good time. Well then, you don't know what you're missing.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. Okay, we're going to move on to our next opponent now. So we're going to move on to our next opponent, which is Yusei. Yusei Fudo, to be exact. So we're going to go ahead and start that now. And I'll just let that load as the Rush Hour video continues on.
I found the simple solution, but if I'm going to master it, I've got to push beyond my limits.
I was showing the wildfire smoke from Michigan. Alright, I will do the honors of starting this duel. And we'll start by setting down these 2 traps. And the attack force will summon.
All I need to win is 1 card. It's yours.
Chain Destruction. And then I got Zombra. Well, I'm gonna do Zombra first.
That's exactly the move I was hoping you would make.
Blind Destruction. Wait a second. During your standby phase, roll 1 6-sided dice and destroy any monsters whose level stars are equal to the number rolled. If the number is 6, destroy all face-up level 6 or higher monsters on the field. So basically, when it gets to him,
It's not over till the last card is played.
so if he rolls a 4, then both of my monsters are going to be destroyed. And there's Dust Tornado, and he destroyed my Chain Destruction. So that trap's going to activate. Okay, so those monsters stay. It's a level 5.
I activate a spell.
Junk Barrage. When your monster equipped with this card attacks with a attack that is higher than the defense, inflict the difference as battle damage. And that will negate.
Not good.
And I'll get rid of the Black Forest. As its effect is going to activate anyway. So. Okay, I guess it didn't. I guess it's only when it's immediately. Yeah, that monster would be destroyed, so.
Good. Oh no.
And now he's down to 4,000.
It's yours.
Slot machine requires 2 tributes. Can I put this in attack position? Now, nope, it's still locked. It's going to be locked in defense position this turn.
It's not over till the last card is played. Oh no!
Alright, he's down to 2,600. So I gotta be concerned about level 4 if he rolls a 4 here. So let's see what happens. Okay, level 2. So the monsters stay, but one of them goes. Because I haven't taken a single bit of damage in this entire duel yet. Okay. Nightmare's Steel Cage. For 2 of your opponent's turns, all monsters cannot attack, and the card will be destroyed following the second turn. Alright. Well, I'm going to go ahead and tribute Zombra to put Gadget Soldier in defense. This will go back in attack position. And since we cannot attack, that is it. Okay, level 6, so monsters stay.
It's your
Defense. Alright, so that card's gonna expire. So now I can make my move, but okay, level 2, all my monsters remain. There's Warping Jar.
play a special ability.
Well, I wasn't gonna use that slot machine anyway, so we're getting 5 new cards.
I activate a spell.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna synchro summon.
From 2 come 1, and from 1 will come great power. Let's rev it up.
Oh wow.
It's not over till the last card is played.
Alright, this is looking like trouble.
All I need to win is 1 card. It's your
But I'm gonna do whatever I can.
Oh no!
So let's use Typhoon to destroy Blind Destruction. And we'll do card save return. No, I just want it to activate on its own. I gotta make use of any and all defense layers that I can. So. Alright, let's see what this does. There we go, Call of the Haunted. Starbright Dragon's back. What is he gonna do? Okay, that one didn't work.
It's not over till the last card is played.
That one's gone. And that other one is gone as well.
It's your
Alright, I'm gonna set down Nimble, which will increase my life points. So I get 1,000 life points back. And of course, that's the only copy I've got, but there goes that defense card. Let's see how much damage he'll deal me here. 5,300. And that's going to put me down to 3,400.
It's your
Okay, what's the move here? Gemini Elf. Although, this is the only card that would work. Sure, let's add Graceful Dice onto it. Might as well. Might as well, because this may as well be my last turn.
Oh no!
Oh, wow. Wow. He is down to 100. This might come close. Let's see what Yusei does. But I think I know what he's gonna do. 2,100. Yep, this is gonna be it. 1,300. And 1500 giving him the first game. Look how close we came. He only had 100 life points left. Quite crazy, I must say. And I will do the honors of going first in game number 2. Alright, we'll start by activating the card of safe return. And we'll put Gamma in defense position.
I activate a spell.
And right out of the gate, it's gonna synchro summon.
From two come one, and from one will come great power. Let's rev it up.
We got Dragon Knight Draco Exquisite. And there's Premature Burial. And he's gonna bring the Starbright Dragon back. Oh wow. That was a lot of damage.
One card. It's yours.
Alright. Well, I better figure something out.
Oh no.
Yep. Let's go ahead and bring his fusion over. And then Gemini Elf can join in. We're gonna go ahead and attack it with his fusion.
So are you finished?
Not yet. Gemini Elf.
Oh no.
And that puts him down to 4,000, so...
So fast.
Dust Tornado. There goes card of safe return. As his fusion goes back to his control. And he's gonna get rid of my Gemini Elf.
It's yours.
Alright, better figure something out. I'm gonna set this in defense. And I know what my move's gonna be. Might as well discard Polymerization, so I can't do anything with it. And I'll destroy his fusion! And since that defense position is already locked, I cannot do anything.
Not so fast.
There's Warping Jar.
I play a special ability.
So, 5 new cards then. Penguin Soldier I choose. But although with some pretty low attack point cards, especially that Morphine Jar, I have a chance. I'm gonna go with Zambra. And then call the Haunted. And let's go after his Morphine Jar.
Oh no.
And that brings him down to 2,600. As my Zambra goes down to 1,900 attack. Yes, we shall resurrect. And let's bring up that Buster Blader that I discarded. Oh, wow. 4,100. It's for every dragon type monster on your opponent's side. So it's 4,100 now.
I activate a spell.
If only I had Mystical Space Typhoon. That would have been nice. But I don't. But I know what I can do. Yeah. I'll have Penguin Soldier set up. Okay, there's Blind Destruction again, so... we don't want a 4, we don't want a 6. Okay, there's a 1, so... nothing happens.
Keep going. Not so fast. It's yours.
I think I know what he's preparing for. So, alright, do we want to... Yeah, you know what? We may as well tribute, so... Alright, so there goes that card, so we can now attack again.
Not good. Not good. All I need to win is one card. It's your
And I know what my move is going to be. I'm going to bring this Goblin Elite Attack Force over. Let's flip summon.
what?
Yep. And what do we want to send back? I'll just send these cards back. And I think this might be enough to end the duel. So I know what my move's going to be. Get rid of this Junk Servant.
Exactly the move I was hoping you would make.
Widespread Ruin. Destroy her monster with the highest attack point, which was my Buster Blader because of its ability. But it's not gonna matter.
How did I let that happen?
End it, Penguin Soldier. End it. And the match is tied. I gotta do it again to win the match. Alright, Yusei's letting me go first. Also, I want to get the Dark Scroll footage since it's now available.
All I need to win is one card. It's your
Alright, Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy whatever that face down is. Ooh, got rid of Fairy Box. Defense. Although I probably could have done this, but well, I need to tribute in order to summon it. So, alright, so let's see what that does. Oh, it's still saying processing will start shortly. I'll probably need to keep refreshing it for the information to update.
it's your
Maybe it just took a while to do something, or I'll just leave it in its original form. I'm probably going to leave it in its original form.
having powerful monsters doesn't guarantee you a win.
Alright, which one do we want to get rid of? Junk Seekron.
Not good.
Get these down to 6,500. I'll just keep checking.
I activate a spell.
Okay, I thought it was ready, but I guess not, so... Alright.
I activate a spell.
Alright, so I'll check back later, and maybe it'll be ready by then. Probably by the time we're done
It's your
tonight. And then we got Alligator Sword and then Axe Raider. Sure, I'll do Axe Raider. Which one? We'll get rid of his other Junk Synchron. And then let's see what his face down is. There's Junk Defender. During either player's turn, this card gains 300 defense points.
it's your
So it's 1800, but now it's 2100. But of course, even these two cards won't destroy it. Let's see what his other face down is.
I play a special ability.
Okay, there goes our entire hands. Because of Morphine Jar. And then we'll use Zombra to destroy his Starbright Dragon.
Not good.
Yep, not good. And Zombra goes down to 1900 now. And I am going to end my turn there.
I resurrect. All I need to win is one card. It's your
Alright, we got Change of Heart. I'll go ahead and set this down, activate Card of Safe Return. I think we can do Change of Heart.
oh no.
I don't want to bring that defense position monster over. But okay, well. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do with what we have.
That's exactly the move I was hoping you would make.
There's Widespread Ruins, so... But we can still do this.
Not good.
I was only 100. Alright. That other card's gonna go back to Yusei now. And yes, let's do Call the Haunted. Which one do we want to bring back? I choose the Cerberus. Yes, let's activate its effect.
It's your
I think I know what my move is going to be. Let's do Space Typhoon to destroy that. And then Tribute to the Doomed, where I'll discard Sanjin to destroy his Junk Defender. And I can still summon too. Okay. Alright, this might be our only chance with this one, so let's get rid of Starbright Dragon again. And then use Zombra.
not so fast.
There's Morphine Jar yet again.
Play a special ability.
Not only does Zombra go down to 1700, but our entire hands once again get discarded. Ooh, goody. Let's do Alligator's Sword.
So are you finished?
Well, almost. Because I'm going to set down these two traps. And do we want to do Monster Reborn? Well, I can do it in any graveyard. So I'm just going to take a look at each of them. Which one was the one that gains 300? Oh, sure, I'll bring Junk Defender back.
Oh no.
And this time put it on my side of the field. So I gotta find it here. No, not that one. Yep. Because of its massive defense.
What?
Alright, that is my turn. Oh no, no, no.
It's your not so fast.
I don't think that blind destruction is gonna matter. No. Because I do not think, because Zombra cannot go directly.
It's not over till the last card is played.
Yeah, because Zombra cannot go directly, so
Oh no.
in that case it won't be enough to end the duel here. But possibly on my next turn, depending on what Yusei does. He's activating Blind Destruction, and there was a level 3 monster, so that was my defense layer, so that's gone. May as well if I want to win, so.
Not good.
Nope.
It's yours.
Alright. This is for the win here.
That's exactly the move I was hoping you would make. I reveal my trap card.
And there it goes, Mirror Force. I'll set down backup soldier. So I could possibly bring it back to my hand on the next turn. Sure, why don't we activate it? I have a lot of cards in my grave. So I'll choose these three. So they're all gonna come back in my hand. So I can just summon either one of them and the match could be mine. Yep, may as well use Chain Destruction.
It's yours.
Alright, we'll do Alligator Sword. And we'll go ahead and boost its attack points. Only by 100 though, but it's okay.
It's not over till the last card is played.
And now he's down to 850, so you better think of something, you say, and you better think good. Think hard. And there goes my Alligator Sword. But I'm thinking real good about my next move.
All I need to win is one card. It's yours.
I'm thinking about putting Headless Knight on the field, which is exactly what I'm going to do. And we'll get rid of his Sangan.
I activate a spell.
Battle Tune. Increase the monster's attack by 700 points. So there that card goes. Well, there aren't any other monsters to destroy. Because he totally wiped my side of the field clean.
It's your
Ooh, Buster Blader. But we're gonna use Tiger Axe again. And this time Sangan is gone.
It's not over till the last card is played.
Yep. There's Junk Servant. I have a good feeling that might be what he'll summon next. So let's find out. Level 5, this is the level 4, so nothing happens. There's Junk Blader. So there that card goes.
It's yours.
Penguin Soldier. Well, I want that monster back in the deck, so. Nothing happens. So there it goes. Its effect. Both of them go back to the deck.
It's yours.
Alright, got Penguin Soldier again. We're gonna make use of that.
Not so fast.
There's Junk Blader. And there goes Penguin Soldier's effect. So let's go ahead and send them both back to his hand.
So then let's keep going.
Toss a coin and call heads or tails. If you call it right, your opponent's monsters on the field are destroyed. Oh, so this is basically the equivalent of Time Wizard. Well, here, but this is why I'm debating against introducing these Yusei, Yuma, or Yuya, because the description on this card doesn't match what the game says, so. But it's not gonna matter anyway, because that's it. I've defeated Yusei. I have defeated Yusei Fudo. Hey, there's my first synchro monster. What am I gonna do with that?
Great. This day keeps getting better.
It keeps getting better in every way possible. Ah, that's great. Alright. I think we have time for one more duelist before I take my snack. Wait a minute. Did I just see a Windows Update icon? I did. Yeah, did I? Oh yeah. Well, I'll take my snack break after this duel here, and then we'll move on to the single duels with Kaiba and Joey, and then Yahtzee, and that will be it. Get set to get decked, he says. Am I ready to get decked? I don't know. Well, we're about to find out as I go first in this duel. Let's begin. I'll start by setting down these traps. And I'll summon Gemini Elf. And that's my first move. And there's Tezuka Knight. And he's gonna boost it. 2500. Magic Cylinder, Magic Cylinder. And he's already down to 5,500. Your move. And there's Graceful Dice. I don't think that's gonna do much. Because only a 6 would bring this up to 2,500, so... with this being considered, I'm gonna have to play defense for the time being. Considering that United We Stand is right there, and when he adds more monsters to his side of the field, that his Tezuka Knight's attack points are only going to get higher and higher. So I'm going to have to keep playing defense here until United We Stand or that monster is destroyed. And now it's up to 3,300. Because Gaga got girls on the field now. And both of my defense layers are gone now. Penguin Soldier. That is the best possible move I can do based on what's in my hand currently.
Oh no!
Yep, I want to send them both back. And there goes United We Stand. As the monster that was tied to that card was sent back to his hand. And I've got change of cards. But I can't do a tribute because this is the only summon I can do this the only normal summon I can do this turn, so. Nope. I could do backup soldier too. I could have done that, but sure. Why don't we boost the monsters? Your monster will be destroyed. Both of them. And Graceful Dice is gonna do absolutely nothing! What a waste! Might as well do Backup Soldier.
Oh no!
Because I need some kind of defense or whatever back. 'Cause I haven't taken a single bit of damage so far, which is good news, but I do not think it is going to be that way for long. Because, yep, there's the first bit of damage I take from school. Then we have Gross Go to Fled Dreams. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to again play in defense, and I just realized I could have attacked with it, but that's alright. There's Premature Burial. I think he's gonna activate that anyway. Alright, let's see what that does. Ah! There's a card in defense, so. Tribute to the Doomed. We want to find out what it is. Leave that in attack position. No, leave that in defense for now. Because this is the only card I can get rid of. Overlay Buster. So that increases it by 500 points. So that means Tiger X is gone. And I'll go to main phase 2 to activate Tribute to the Doomed. Discard the Glow Moss. Now, where have we seen that card before? And it'll destroy whatever his face down is. Now, there's the Curvault, where it's supposed to target an Xyz monster in face-up position. It doesn't say any position, it just says face-up. But in the game, it defaults to 500 points of damage, and then each time it's attacked, and then more and more come. And there's the Galaxy Wave, negating field spells. And Big Jaws. At the end of the battle phase, if it's attacked, don't banish it. Well, now I cannot tribute this because I need 2 of them in order to summon it.
I'm switching
To defense mode. Alright, which is the Black Forest. Okay, let's see what happens here. Alright, there goes Black Forest, so now let's see which one do I want. I'll do the Goblin Elite Attack Force. I've got quite a choice to make here. Oh, there's Buster Blader. That one also requires 2 tributes. Nope. Do I want to do Curveball? No, I'd rather get rid of Gaga Girl again.
That's bad.
And he's down to 3,400. That card is now locked in defense position for the next turn. I will not be able to change it. Alright, I've got X-Raider, but again, that's the only summon I can do this turn. Well, this is my only choice now, so let's see what's under here. Oh yes, that's right, there's another copy of it. So 500, and there it is again. Just right back onto the field. To defense mode! Your move. I need Elemental Hero Neos and Neospacian. Both of those are in the graveyard. Well, one of them is. The other one is here in my hand, which I cannot do anything with because, as I said, I need 2 monsters to tribute summon that. And Yuma can't do anything either. Alright, Gemini Elf then. Let's see, I've got some choices here. I don't want to cost myself another 500. Boosting monsters' attack points by 700, so there that goes. So now that monster goes back to face value. And there's Island Turtle, which we'll put in defense position. Alright, let's see what happens here. This might open myself up a chance to tribute summon. Which, in fact, if Astral was on my side, this would have been what he would have said to me.
Is this what I think?
Yeah, so. Alright, now which one? Nope. Now which one do we want? I'm not trying Curveball, because that might be Curveball, so we're gonna just do that one.
My life points.
Alright, it's down to 2200, and that card that was attached to it, Premature Burial, is gone.
I'm switching
To defense mode! I'm not tributing. Alright. Can't get rid of his life points any longer. And there's Big Jaws. So... if this card's attacked, banish it. No. I'm not doing Torrential Tribute. So I want to see what other cards come up. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I want to destroy some trap cards. Alright, I'll get rid of one of his Galaxy Waves, and I'll chain another one to destroy Call of the Haunted, and let them both activate together. And I'll activate Card of Safe Return, and I'll send the rest of his spell and trap cards back to his hand, and then put Torrential Tribute back, and reactivate Card of Safe Return. And I'm not doing Morphine Jar yet. I'm only going to do it when it's serious. And that is going to bring Yuma down to 300. Yuma, I hope you have something good, and I hope Astral is... I hope you're paying very good attention to Astral. This Pot of Greed. Your monster will be destroyed! All of them. And Sangin's effect activates. Just do the highest one. In fact, it won't matter anyway. Yep, Torrential Tribute. Oh darn. Yes, activate. Okay. Down to 3,100. Alright. Morphine Jar is my best bet here. Considering that I don't have any other monsters that's more than that Buster Blair that is from my hand. So they're both going to go back to their respective decks now.
Oh no!
That monster Yuma summoned to his deck, and Buster Blader to mine. I just realized Yuma's down to 9 cards in his deck. He's down to 9, and I'm down to 11.
Your move.
I think it was because of that other effect that we activated, so... Well, the other effect that he activated when I attacked. You know what? Let's see if we can make history repeat. Where my opponent runs out of cards and then I instantly win the game. Sure. Destroy any other copies that may exist. Nope.
I activate the spell card.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the XC summon.
I can do a little XC summoning. Isn't that cool?
And that is number 17.
I activate
The
the spell card.
Leviathan Dragon. And there's Galaxy Wave again. Hybrid X is gone. And so is that. Okay. What am I gonna do against that Xyz monster? That would only defend me for a little bit. But considering that would deal me 2,000. So what's the bet here? I think it's in my best interest that we just set that in defense position, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. Because if Yuma has another card, you might just summon it. Yeah, there we go. So he's gonna... Okay, he's gonna try to get rid of that.
My life points.
He's down to 200. Okay, that's gone. And 2,500 directly. I knew that's what he was gonna do. Oh my gosh. 400 life point difference. At this point, I think that just opened up a potential possibility. Let's let Zambra attack Zubama Knight to end the duel. Or not. It's Zumbrea that's going away instead. And I think this is it. This is gonna be it then. Yuma's gonna end it right here and take the first game. But what another close duel this was. If I remember, Jaden, he was down to like 100, and now here with Yuma, he was down to 200. What a comeback he made. But of course I'm not out of it, because we're gonna play another game right now. This is game 2. My first move is going to be setting down this trap and Goblin Elite Attack Force. Summoning that one, rather.
I activate the spell card.
There's Galaxy Wave.
I place card face down. Your move.
Alright, Gemini Elf will summon.
Not good.
I don't think Galaxy Wave has that much of an effect, so let's just get rid of whatever he has. Nice. Overlay Buster. So that means we can attack this. Okay, there's Curvebolt. So I'm going to be getting the first bit of damage. There's another. And another. And that's all he's got. So let's get rid of another one.
Oh, not again.
And this time he gets more damage than I get. And Goblin Attack goes into defense and is now locked for the next turn.
I activate the spell card.
There's Premature Burial. And here comes Curvebolt again.
The spell card.
Okay, United we stand. Yikes. 4,200.
I'm switching
To defense mode. Sure, let's resurrect.
Oh no.
I can only pick between 2. Well, actually, only one. That's really my only choice, so. And also, that's the only monster I can attack with. But actually, you know what? I can tribute summon.
Is this what I think?
Yes. And I think we can get rid of one of his Curvolts.
My life points.
3,400. And then, of course, its effect will activate. And that is all I can do. And with United We Stand sitting right there, I think I know what Yuma's next move is going to be. Yep, he's going to get rid of my monster.
How cool am I?
And then he's going to use Curve Vault to deal me 300 additional points of damage.
Your move.
Alright. Gemini Elf. And let's go ahead and destroy his Curve Vault.
That's not happening on my watch.
Your monster will be destroyed! And once again, I am now totally exposed. And I think this is the worst time for it, because this duel is going to be over right here. Yep, 300 with Curve Vault. And the other one with the boosted points. And that gives Yuma the match. Yeah, so close to victory in that first game. Especially with how long that lasted. Both of our decks were on the brim of being empty by that point. But what a game that was, nonetheless.
How cool am I?
Wow. Alright, well, that is it for these duelists. As I know, as much as I'd like to continue, and as I've just said, we are tight on time tonight because I would like to get system updates done before we are through. Well, before I am through tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and just let it update and shut down. I'll just let it go ahead and do the update and then shut off after that. And hopefully it actually does, because I heard there was that bug where you click update and shut down, it restarts. Because what it's supposed to do is restart to do the update, and then when the update finishes, it shuts down. Okay, now it's ready. Now the Downers Grove episode is finally ready. I'm going to go ahead and take care of this now before we move on here. Okay, save it to the flash drive. So yeah, this episode's going to be much shorter this time around than how it has been throughout the season so far. But I mean, I was prepared for that possibility, considering how early I was going to be, sent back here from Downers Grove. So I'll get the episode together, and I'm thinking about going easy on my snack break tonight. Did I power this off? Oh, I did power it off. Okay. I couldn't remember if I had already powered it off or not, but I guess I did power it off. So, because I want Tom Ben talking Ginger to repeat clips again. I really enjoy doing that. That's really, the whole signature of the show. And to make things even better, that's what we're going to be doing next week, when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire returns to ABC. But then the only other thing is, what duelists are we going to play against afterwards? Well, that I don't know. We'll find out for sure. So, now, connect up the flash drive. Just create. And then I should find episode 17. This is the only bit of footage. There's nothing else. So we'll let it copy over. And we're going to turn that 46-minute video into something much shorter. So let's see. So this is when the Metro departs. So basically here we're gonna go in reverse order from when the train arrives to when the train departs. I'll make sure not to get the runner or whatever in the shot. Because of course I have to be mindful of others, when it comes to trains and stuff. So well, perfect timing because we're about to take a break here anyway. And I'll just cut it down right here to the moment this train leaves. Okay. And I'll only do it right here. So when it arrives. Alright, and then this is when the Oh, wait a minute. I forgot an important detail. The inbound came and then the express did. Yeah, I almost forgot about the express, but okay. All right, and then here is when 12:28 depart, or we'll cut that part off. Okay, so there's the door closing message, and then I'll go right to the moment it stops. Okay, and then here is when the 12:28 shows up, or 12:11 rather. So then I follow the flow of the outbound passengers off the train. So here's when it arrives.
Now talk about some events for the tour ride. And there goes Main Street.
I think it missed the message. Wait, no. Okay. We'll go right to the moment it arrives, and then we will just cut it off right here. And we're just going to move away as much as possible. And I think we should just skip over to the moment I get in position and just watch it continue to leave. And then we'll stop it right there. Oh, actually, maybe a little further back. Okay, that's better. All right, that's better. And then 13:08, right as I turn the camera away. Oh, actually, there was one piece of footage I forgot to send over. That's the express train that I caught this morning. Because I was gonna start the live stream, almost immediately, but I knew how limited on time I had between the arrival of the express and my ability, the intro finishing. So. All right, so we'll go right to the locomotive. So we'll just go right to the locomotive and then find the closest door. And then here's the message, and then it's departure. And then we'll go to here. We'll add in the video of the express from this morning. Okay. Fade in and out. Or maybe we'll just start it right here instead. Okay, that's better. Okay. So yeah, it's a bit shorter. It's only 10 minutes. Or 9.5, technically. Okay, so the episode has been edited and put together. Now, of course, I will render the episode a little bit later on, probably after the show. So we did the WMBS word game. Now, after I take my snack break, which after what happened last night, I'm going to go easy. I'm not going to go too hard on it. So after I take that break, we will play our final few games here. Before we wrap things up, single duel with Joey, single duel with Kaiba. So yeah, single duel with Joey, single duel with Kaiba, Yahtzee, and then going back on the other participants, and then that will be it for me tonight. So let me find a clip for Talking Ginger and whatever to mess around with. I do not think I have the Yuma clips in here. I do not. So I'm not sure exactly. What about this one? Sure, let's do the next inbound train approaching your station will not stop. From one of the first episodes of Downers Grove of the season. Sure, let's try it. This will be fun. Alright, we're going to go ahead and turn up the volume. And we'll put this right beside Ginger here. And I'll go ahead and... Actually, it doesn't matter. It's my video, so... Alright, let's do this. Let's try it again. Okay, I probably need to fix that again. Alright, well that was fun. That was fun. But now, let's get back to... the rest of our games here. So of course, up next is a single duel with Seto Kaiba, and then of course Joey after that. Now we got Yahtzee, and then that will be it for us tonight. And during that stack break, I was thinking about possibly something else I could do with my main system. Double the storage from 512 to 1 terabyte. If I don't end up with any of the latitudes, but just something else I brought up, in relation to the hardware upgrades that I was talking about earlier. I mean, that would be nice, but you know what? 512 is good enough as long as Support Assist doesn't make 50 million backups every few hours. That would just take up a whole lot of space. Alright, here we go.
For you, victory is not in the cards.
We'll see about that, Kaiba. We'll see about that. I will do the honors of going first. Hey, there's our Raigeki. I'll summon the Great White first.
I summon my faithful servant, La Jinn, the mystical genie of the lamp. I end my turn.
Is it just me, or did we suddenly start this duel without a connection? Oh, that's right. We'll just let it run. Alright, we'll set Faithbird down to defense.
I end my turn.
And I know what my next move's gonna be. Raigeki!
So, you're activating a spell card.
No! I know Kaiba and Yugi always say that, I got to say it for the first time.
Ugh.
Alright, he's down to 6,800. In fact, we're actually... if that's anything special.
I end my turn.
Ah, there's my Wall of Illusion. That's gonna be a fun card. We're about to see why. We're gonna watch as not only he gets 50 points of damage,
Not bad.
but his Lichin goes back to his hand.
I end my turn.
And I'm keeping that Wall of Illusion there. Should I boost it? A monster card equipped. Sure, I would love to add more defense to the Wall of Illusion.
You're activating a spell card.
I would love to. No. Let's see what that does. Nope.
Flip.
Pick a trap card from the grave and
For you.
return it to your
Your
hand.
attack triggered my monster's effect.
No. Well, that effect did absolutely nothing. So that's my turn.
I activate my spell card.
Happy Storm. There goes my spell card.
Prepare to feel
And that
the
will be
touch of
coming
cold
back to
steel
me.
as I
Next,
summon
that will be coming
my
back to me in
Force
the draw
Raider.
phase. So that's right on top of the deck. Baby Dragon is gone.
I end my turn.
Alright, do I want to get rid of Wall of Illusion? You know what? May as well if I want to attack.
That's impossible.
And then we're going to add another
So,
500 to it.
You're activating a spell card.
No. No.
Ha, not bad.
That is my turn.
I activate my spell card.
There's Premature Burial.
Prepare to feel
And
the
he's
touch of
going
cold steel.
To
as I
bring
summon
back my Force Raider.
I activate
Megamorph.
I summon my faithful
Oh,
servant,
goodness.
La Jinn, the mystical genie of the lamp.
Okay. This isn't good. So now that monster's attack is halved because of the Megamorph.
I end my turn.
Alright. So we're in a very similar position here. Now if I destroy Megamorph, it'll go back to its original value. Well, I can't do anything. And I don't want this duel being over. But I don't have a choice at this point.
Flip summon.
Yep, it's gonna be all over here, so... It's all over. So he's gonna attack with the Vet Rat, then Force Raider with the half attack points, then that Mallow that he summoned, and that gives him the win. Well, that was quite a battle.
You lost, but you've earned my respect as a duelist.
Well, especially this was the first time I got to use Raigeki, which I've seen Yugi and Kaiba both use, but I haven't gotten to use it yet. So, all right, we move on to the last of our duelists here before we transition to our final game of the night, which is of course Yahtzee. But first, let's duel against Joey.
Joey Wheeler doesn't take a backseat to nobody. It's
Time to duel. And I will go first. I see we got a good opening hand to start with. And there's Time Wizard. They said he Baby Dragon and Alligator Sword in order to fusion. So we're going to start off by playing defense. Which it might work, but let's see how long it'll last.
I'll just go along and set this card here. Let me give you a little hint. You better be careful, because this card's a trap. I end my turn.
Oh, wait a minute. I was about to summon that. Magician of Faith. No, we're not going to use that right now. Alright, let's go ahead and bring the, let's bring that goblin over. Or not. He's going to negate it. Okay. Well, this card is locked because I've already made my choice. But I could have forced it into defense.
Yeah! This is the card I've been waiting for. I offer my monster as a tribute.
Yeah, now I kind of feel bad for not making that move. Because now it's gone.
I end my turn.
But that is 1,600. Okay. I could set down Magician of Faith on the next turn, and I can get that Change of Heart back. There goes Island Turtle.
I end my turn.
That one requires a tribute, which I'm not going to do right now. Dragon type, that's a machine type, we don't know what that is. Alright, Artifact is going to activate.
What? Can't be.
Yep, going to give me Change of Heart back. That's the only choice I've got. So it's back to my hand.
I end my turn.
And since there's nothing stopping me from my next move,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and do it. Bring over Cybertech Alligator, Flip Summon, and I could get rid of it altogether. Yeah, let's tribute.
You're gonna tribute summon?
I was on the fence a little bit. And I'll set this down in case I want to use it.
Flip!
Okay, Morphine Jar 2.
Your attack triggered my effect.
So, all monster cards go back to their decks. Alright, that is my turn then. As I cannot do anything else. No, I'm not using Grave Robber. No, not yet.
I end my turn.
Because I recall Joey activated... Because I know Joey activated Grave Robber and then he used it. Alright, let's get rid of that. Sangan. No. Okay, he's got his own Island Turtle out of the deck. Still no.
This card's gonna turn the tables. Shield and sword!
That is going to reverse attack and defense. This first spell card. Well, I could use block attack and put a defense, which is what I'm not going to do, so...
Flip summon!
Okay. So... 800 attack and 2000 defense. It looks like it has not changed. Any additions and subtractions. Monsters summoned after this card's activation are excluded. So since he flip summoned that, it's still at its normal values. So nothing changes with that monster. But Island Turtle is now 2000 attack. I am still not going to activate Grave Robber with block attack. It's my only best monster here that I can work with. If I can escape and cancel
And my turn!
Oh, cool, I can. Dark Spirit of the Silent. Penguin Soldier. Put that in defense. We're leaving these two in attack position no matter what, but I think Joey might put them back. No. Select another one if your opponent face up monsters and have it attack. Let it go, actually.
What? Can't be!
Because I get to send both of these monsters back to his hand.
I'll just go along and set this card here. Let me give you a little hint. You better be careful, because this card's a trap.
Oh, and I almost forgot about the Irish Grove episode for today.
I end my turn.
Go ahead and finalize it now. There we go. Alright, Baby Dragon. And let's go ahead and get rid of his face down. There's Humanoid Slime again. Not yet.
I'm changing it to attack position.
Yep, let's go ahead and activate... Can we activate Spirit of the Silent? Yes, we can.
No way! A trap?
And... this one. Nope, don't do anything with it.
Ugh.
That worked. And that monster's gone as a result. That was a good use of that card.
I end my turn.
A very good use of that card. There is my Force Field spell. I'll go ahead and put this Dunem's, whatever that's spelled, Dark Witch in defense. And let's get rid of it.
It's all or nothing.
I activate Skull Dice! $200, so I'll only lose 50. Not too bad. But now Baby Dragon is back to face value. No, I am not doing that.
I'm changing
Gear
it to attack
Fred
position.
Gear Fried. Gearfried? Not yet.
I end my turn.
Alright. We're gonna try Time Wizard. Yes, we're gonna activate its effect. I call heads. And it's tails. So there that card goes, and I think this is going to be the end of the duel right here. I could do Grave Robber, but it's not gonna be useful, so. Alright, so the export of course went pretty quick, so I'm going ahead and getting it up now. I probably should check it one last time before doing so. Yeah, I think it's best I take one last check before doing so. Absolutely not. And it won't matter because this duel's over.
Duelist extraordinaire Joey Wheeler's battles have only just begun.
Yep. Alright. So, now on to our last game before we wrap things up tonight. And that, of course, is Yahtzee. And let me make sure I still have the Sorry game in there. Yeah, let me check the Downers Grove episode one last time. There we go. Good thing I'm taking one last check. Okay. So the new duration of 9 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that now. Alright, so 9 minutes and 21 is the new duration. Alright. Now let's play Yahtzee. 2 games, of course, and then we are through. I can do small straight. Okay, over to me. Oh, I didn't even put the VM up on screen, didn't I? Gosh, I keep forgetting to put the darn virtual machine on the screen. Alright, over to me. I'll take the 3s. Alright. Now that everything has been thoroughly reviewed and finalized, let me name this here. 7/15/2026. Add to the playlist. Okay. And I think it'll be fully done before I run the update. considering it already is 12% up, so. Yeah, it's going pretty fast, because as I said, the video is at 720p and 720p HD, and it's only a little under 10 minutes. A little under 10 minutes in length, so. Yeah, that's how short it is compared to all the other episodes that we have made throughout the series. Because usually it's like what? Because usually each of them are like. Each of them are usually like 20 minutes or more. There's the large straight. I'm still seeing what's up on the Geneva subdivision tonight. But too bad the Harvard doesn't have any. The Harvard barely has any freight activity. The Harvard subdivision that goes through Palatine and whatnot. UP North actually barely has any freight activity as well. As in all the compilations I've seen of the Metro Rush and like what, Wilmette and some other areas on the UP North, it's just nothing but Metro. No freight. None of that. Alright, we've already done all of our straights. Great, now I can't mark off anything. I'll just mark off the... Oh, wow. Is that a Metro race? No, it looks like a... Oh, wow. We got a race between two freight trains, and it's already over. That was a pretty fast race between the two. Of course, it's two freight trains going in the same direction. That's what railfan terms call race. Of course, two trains going in the same direction at the same time. Yep, I knew that was going to be pretty quick. So this was from earlier today. Well, I haven't noticed. I don't think I even noticed it at all. And I see no. I see we have no issues. No, I didn't want solitaire mode. Quit. Yeah, I wanted versus the computer. But you know what? Sure, we'll play the solitaire mode as a... Sure then, we'll play the solitaire mode as an added bonus tonight. Why not? Alright, this is ready. And then this will give us the final duration for Thursday. Oh, now the freight is stopped. Probably for signal clearance. There we go. And then in a moment, I'll adjust the runtime of tomorrow's showcase. And then I see we got our small straight. Alright, we'll just take the ones then. Wait, why are we doing the straights again? We already did the straights. Okay, there's the fours. Okay, over to me. And I'll take a chance. All right, over to me. Okay, over to me again. Well, there's our ones. Can we get another Yahtzee? Nice. That's a wild card. Let's score full house. Okay, on to me. And I'll have to mark something off. Alright, this will be the final turn. Yep, no 4 of a kind. But it doesn't matter, because it looks like I'm gonna win this game here. Considering that I was the one who got the Yahtzee bonus, and no one else has. Alright, so let's go ahead and just get this solitaire game out of the way. It's been... I accidentally clicked solitaire mode, but I didn't want to do solitaire mode, but you know what? Let's get it. Let's just do it. Alright, is the signal gonna stay on this time? It had been off for like, what, half an hour? Half a frickin' hour. Unbelievable. Or rather, the upload speed was 0. And during that time, I've been looking at more stuff about internet service providers. AT&T, Xfinity's infrastructure enhancements, and whatever. Alright, now that interruption's over, let's finally put the nail in the coffin on this show. So the last thing we're going to do tonight before we wrap things up is see who got what tests. And I see Mahoning County got the Pittsburgh Weekly off of two transmitters. WWG 53 in Parker. And WWF 35 in Bridgeport, Ohio. And then this was a severe weather compilation from, what date was it? He doesn't give a date. And then this was the Wilmington, Ohio Weekly that my logger missed. Of course, it missed the whole thing. And then, apparently, I don't know if this was today or something, but that definitely does not sound good. KJY68 did live voice. I don't know if this was today or... But yeah, that voice was definitely cutting out. And then this is WXL 43. DX of that. This was the 4th of July severe weather compilation. This was a DX of WXJ 58 Fort Wayne, Indiana. And this flash flood emergency off of WXK 67. And Mahoning County also got the Also got the Detroit Weekly off of 3 transmitters. KH29 Flint, KC63 in Detroit, and WNG 647 in Adrian. DGWX was even here too. Wow. Raleigh chooses Central Time. So that's Rock Hill, South Carolina. That's Raleigh's Weekly. Yeah, they chose Central Time for some reason today. I don't know why. And then there was some more stuff. Because, yeah, Northern Illinois EAS is catching up. This is from the Severe Weather event from the 4th, which I unfortunately was not here for. And here is DG... here's DGWX's side of the Detroit test. And then this was WXK83 retones issuances. I don't know how many times they did that. I do know that for whatever reason, Columbus retoned a flood watch like what, 6 times? South Charleston Walk FM difficulties. And I see that TFM decided to connect WR120 to a speaker. A Honeywell fan. And then this was the Birmingham Weekly from this morning. As I said earlier, my logger missed everything. But I was watching the Southern PAW. I did have the Southern PAWX live stream on this morning. However, I was actually in the opposite building when the DC were just a little after 11, and then State College went right on time. And then there's this live stream counterpart. And then this is the Albany Weekly, but I think he caught it off of a different station because that's WXN 48. Or is that WWF 48? Wait, let me listen again. WWF 48. That's because WXM 45 and WXL 34 are both off the air. On this day, it's just a standard Severe Thunderstorm warning. I don't know what's special about that. And that was a severe weather live stream. Fairway got 2 flash flood warnings. That was from Monday. And then here's that video of the KZ58 Kankakee ID. I'm not sure if DGWX caught the Chicago Weekly off of there. But I certainly, well, I didn't catch the Chicago Week. Well, of course I didn't catch it, but rather I, listened to it on the KCZ81 stream, and then went over to the office WR120, and I just wanted to make sure that I picked it up. In the other building, I actually saw there was another one, but that was turned off. So, yeah, pretty neat to see. This is Wilmington off of WXJ22. What is this? More errors. Oh, and funny enough, on the way back at the airport, there was one of the I can't remember if it was McDonald's. I think it was McDonald's. There was a blue screen. Oh my gosh. Anyway, moving on. So that is the weekly from Indianapolis. And then I see this guy's catching up. This was the KWRE weekly from yesterday, which of course I missed. And then this is the severe thunderstorm warning that was caught off of my logger on Sunday. Of course, I had that up. But I did say that within the coming days we will be making some adjustments to our infrastructure. A 100th anniversary mid DPU. Well, that's actually what I got to see with that manifest last week. I don't know if it caught that corn salute, but oh, there it was. That I'll watch in a minute. And then this was the flood event. Again, this was everything from earlier. And here was the St. Louis Weekly that happened quite late today. Now, obviously, I don't know exactly when because my logger was down, first of all. Second of all, that video did not show a clock at all. And third, John never monitors NWS St. Louis because of the crap quality Broadcastify stream. But I did see Waterford got both Northern Indiana and Chicago's tests. He got them both. My AR-10 certainly didn't because I forgot to turn it on. Tampa tested very late today, well, this morning. And, of course, they tested very late this evening, too, 6:15. And then this was the Mount Holly. So that further verifies that Mount Holly tested before all the severe weather stuff. Now, I didn't see New York go, but I assume because I didn't see a statement or anything, I assume they did test. But even then, I probably should add something like WXM80 or all those other ones in there. I probably should now that I think about it. Alright, so now I've got one final thing to do here before we are totally done. And great, now that pissed my logger off, so. Because now it's saying monitor 1 error. Oh yeah, the outage really messed it up. Did it. But at least it did get the weeklies though, which is good. Oh, it did it even beforehand. Okay. But I'm here to reset the station. Hopefully it stays up tonight. So, all right, and then I'm gonna. The other thing is to get it ready for tomorrow. Let me see if any severe weather risks have popped up for tomorrow. I see there is. So I will get that. I'll get that adjustment. I will go ahead and make those adjustments now before we wrap things up officially here tonight. So then. I haven't checked the monthly list. Well, even if I had those stations in there, it wouldn't have received it, so. Alright, so that's the automated... oh, wait a minute. Hold up, that's not the right order. Monthly tests. Then the automated tests. The offices that have yet to test. And finally, the severe weather monitors. So let's see. Tomorrow we've got Missoula. Then we have Pocatello. Boise. And it looks like Spokane is in this too. Don't know why there's a comma there, but I know it shouldn't be there. And then I do see it looks like Burlington, Vermont, and Gray, Maine are going to be up for something again. But in fact, I will just add Gray, Maine, and Gray, Maine only. I will not add Caribou. Okay. All right, so that's the last thing. So PLD is all set and ready to go for tomorrow. Well, actually, it's all set and ready to go for tonight. So now, when I get up tomorrow morning, after I do my usual stuff, I'll just reset it, won't save the configuration file, and then get it up and running once again. So one more time, a quick service update here before we wrap things up is, again, once I end the broadcast, we'll be running the software update on the 2 remaining PCs, which should take about 5 minutes. Let's see, this, what does this say? Estimate 5 minutes. Yeah. So it'll take about 5 minutes, maybe a little longer, but we should be back in no more than 10 minutes. So we'll be off for a few minutes, and then normal programming will continue following it. So it won't be that long. That is if it all goes well. But with that being said, thanks for joining us tonight for our Wednesday Fun and Games show. I certainly made great use of this night. I really did. And we'll see you back in downtown Orange Grove tomorrow morning, somewhere after 7 a.m. Maybe we'll catch the Express live if I get there in time. If not, I'll just catch it on recording again, and then start the live stream when the inbound comes. And then after that, we'll be back at 5 p.m. here for backyard baseball. So that's what we got coming up for you tomorrow, and I'm hoping I can get the hardware for those upgrades. That's what I'm getting very excited about. So that's it for us. But until then, right, great. Now I forgot what I was going to say. All right. So until then, that's it for us. On behalf of all of us here at Jesslyn Field Productions, we bid you good night.